should be working. Now it should be working. Okay. Should be working. No, I have. Now it should be working. Okay. Should be working. No, I have. Now it should be working. Okay. Should be working. Everything. No, I have. Now it should be working. Okay. I have multiple streams running, so I can monitor how it's going in every platform. Okay, so now what we're going to do is just starting the game from scratch. Well, not from scratch, because I'm going to use the template that I use for my games, so I make them quicker. But I'm gonna be starting a new game that I plan to finish in 10 days. Because why in 10 days? I'm going to finish it in 10 days because I need to, so I'm able to later join the game jam of Game Off, I think is the name of the game jam, that is hosted by the guys from GitHub. So yeah, I really want to join that game jam, but I didn't want to just wait for it to happen, and yeah, that's what we're going to do now. Okay, so first step to any project, it's like finding an idea of what to do, and I have to be really mindful of what I'm going to actually do with this project, because I really want it to be really small, and I need to finish it in the 10 days. So I will be spending a considerable amount of time of day one, working the idea out and making sure that it works out in the 10 days. Okay, so I'm going to, yeah, so now you should be seeing my screen. Okay. You can see that in the right lower corner of your screen, a text that says new page. There will be the tasks I put on Notion, because Notion is the program that I use for organization. So I'm going to be putting all the tasks for the project on Notion. And you can see what I'm doing right now, like the current task there. So if you miss something or are not sure what I'm doing, I'm just going to be, you can see there, and you will know what I'm doing. Okay. So first I have Unity open here. I'm going to create a new project on GitHub. Let's see here. Okay, GitHub. Okay, creating new projects. Where's my repositories here? I have a bunch of repositories, but they are all private, because I don't know. I'm not sure what people will do with my projects if I put them public, But maybe someday I will make some projects open source, Okay, repository name. I'm just going to put a name of. It's going to be just game in 10 days. 10 days. Yeah, that seems right. Okay, making a game. Well, yeah, making a game. A game in 10 days. Private, ignore template, Unity, so Unity doesn't, GitHub doesn't grab my specific, like ignores Unity files, some Unity files. On the license, I'm going to leave it at none. Okay, readme file, not for now. No template, yeah, a template. Unity project template is the template that I did a template for all my games these holidays. So now I just use it for every single project, and it's not the greatest template, because I don't have a lot of stuff there. I just have like the very minimum for the project to start, like scene transitions, maybe some other helpers there, and some character controllers that I find really helpful to have. Like I don't want to be spending time doing something that I've done 10 times already. So yeah. Okay, create repository. Okay, that's generating my repository. Okay, hello, Lucas. Lucas, oh, what's up, Lucas? How are you? How's your day going? Okay, now that the repository is created, I have to um, actually import it to my PC. So I'm going to be using GitHub Desktop. Uh, I used to have the other GitHub, like the one from Git, the console. But I find that using GitHub Desktop is really easier to set up and to actually use. And I've been using it for so long that I actually forgot the commands that you put on the console for the Git, the normal one, in the console. Okay, regards, that's my previous project. I'm going to add a new, add existing repository. No, not here. I always struggle with with finding what I have to do to import my projects, but once I have them with me, it's all good. Okay, cool game. No, I'm trying to import 10 days. Yeah, game in 10 days. Okay, clone. And we're done. Yeah, I think that we're done. Okay, so now I'm going to just check my Unity, add a new project. Sorry, add from disk. And I should have my project right now, here, like right here. Visual effects, game dev, projects. I'm not sure where it is. Let's check. Let's check. It should give me 10 days. Join Explorer. Oh, okay. So I imported in the wrong folder. That's a bummer. Okay, I'm going to import it again because I imported it in the wrong folder. Okay, so I'm going to remove. Also move this report. Yeah, completely delete this this thing. I'm going to make sure that it's no longer there. And okay, now I'm going to do it but right. Okay, game dev projects now. Game dev and projects, just here. Select folder. This folder contains files. Git can only clone the empty folders. To empty folders. Okay, so I'm going to create an empty folder on that. This is not the one I'm looking for. Okay, cancel this. Show this in Explorer. Projects. Okay, visual effects. No, that's a previous project that I have. Lucas, what game will you be making? I'm not sure. I will be just asking ChatGPT some questions about what game could I do in 10 days, because I don't want to overscope it, and I'm not really like interested in doing anything in particular right now. So I'm just going with the flow and see what ChatGPT has to say. And if you want to suggest anything, please feel welcome to do it, because I will be reading you in the chat. And hello again, Lucas. Are you still here? Okay, now I'm going to, okay, with the new folder, I'm going to name it game in 10 days. Now I should be able to clone this repository because it was asking me for an empty folder. Okay, choose here the folder. Yeah, I have to select the project that I want to import. Sorry, to clone. I always mix those words. It's like same thing for me. A clone. Because it's basically like you're importing a project from the cloud, or that's how I feel about it. Okay, so now that I have it here, I'm going to add a project from disk, and here it is. Yeah, add project. And now it's going to open, and it's going to hopefully not going to be that long until it opens. Let's just spray. If for now, I'm going to just open ChatGPT and ask him some questions about what game could we make now. Okay, so I want to make a game. No, I'm going to make a game. I'm going to make a game because that's a winner mentality, you know. I'm going to make a game in 10 days, and I want you to help me brainstorm some ideas for the game. You could mix genres and mechanics. That's the way that I generate the idea for the previous video. You know, if you saw the last video that I uploaded last Friday, that's what I did. Like I just found two genres. Well, a genre and a mechanic. I don't think it's a mechanic. Like it's a card game, two genres, I think. Like tower defense plus card game, and it turned like into another idea. Like it didn't actually involve cards or anything, but that was a good start for an idea. Could you mix genres and mechanics for inspiration, or just do just whatever you like to help me? Okay, that sounds exciting, Roman. Let's make sure it's fun. Oh, by the way, my name is Roman. Hello. Let's make sure it's fun, achievable and unique within those 10 days. Sorry, okay. Stealth plus puzzle platformer. I'm not a really big fan of puzzles, and I don't want to do stealth anymore because my third project was actually involving stealth, and I don't want to repeat it. Okay, roguelike rhythm shooter. Okay, that's interesting. I've never done a rhythm game and never done a roguelike. Okay, multiplayer. I'm not going to do multiplayer because I don't know how to do multiplayer. I'm going to learn how to do multiplayer. I'm not making. I'm doing a course. That's that should teach me how to make multiplayer games. But for now, I don't know anything, so I'm not going to just start a multiplayer project or a project that I need to complete in 10 days. Is resource survival. It's a pretty good mechanic, okay, or genre. Puzzle adventure, not puzzles. I don't like it. Time travel, okay, interesting, but I don't know how to implement it. Like, okay, mechanics. You have a limited number of jumps to solve puzzles per level. For example, planting a tree in the past creates a bridge in the future. Okay, that sounds interesting, but I'm not sure how that would be. Well, it could be actually entertaining to play with. I'm going to just read the other ones and see what it says. So if it says something better, I can just take that concept. Okay, top down reverse tower defense. Okay, no more tower defense. I don't want to do tower defenses. Narrative plus cooking sim. Cooking sim. Narrative. Okay, I think that I've seen a few games like that. I don't remember the names, but like a year ago in some game conventions, game about an Indian family or something like that. It was like a narrative plus cooking sim using that stuff, and it was pretty cool. I don't remember the name, but yeah, I don't want to do that because I'm not into narrative games for now. Just I don't know what I'm going to do in 10 days, and I'm not a really good writer. Okay, movement focus FPS. An FPS could be. It's like the most the most common genre, like in FPS. Okay, deck building plus city builder, simulation plus crime mystery. Are you using C sharp? Yeah, I'm using C sharp. How's the stream sounding? Like, is the microphone too loud or too low in volume? Okay, meta text adventure plus puzzler command line. Which I'm not sure about any of those. Any of those. Okay. Give me something simple. Thing simple. Pretty simple but still engaging. Something you can comfortably. Okay. One button racing. Turbo tap. Okay. Endless jumper. Clicker plus dodge game. Memory puzzle. Watch it fast. Endless capture. Okay. This seems interesting. Concept. You control a rotating laser cannon in the center of the screen, enemy spawn in waves, and move toward the cannon. Could be interesting. Can I tap to shoot? The cannon rotate automatically, so timing your shots is crucial. That sounds interesting, actually. Like, it's not the most interesting game, but I could make something decent in 10 days about endless capture. Okay, I like 5. Like 5. Okay, I think I'm going to go with that, but I'm still going to read the other ones because I don't want to miss anything. Okay, obstacle dodger. Concept: the control a character sliding down a never-ending slope, dodging obstacles. Well, it could be interesting too. Like, I imagine like I'm going to use Affinity so I can graphic my ideas a little bit better. Okay, yeah, so I imagine, okay, file new, HD, where is it? Yeah, here, okay. I'm going to just paint the background black and a new layer. I'm going to put this on 8 and okay, so to just put more opacity so it's easier to see. Maybe use 100 and 100 flow. Random games always give infinite playability, so that's why they are the most popular games outside of multiplayer. Yeah, that sounds Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. And like I think that the most one of the games that I've done that I found the most joy in making was one of the I don't think that I don't even have a vlog on that on that game, but it's on my I'm gonna search it so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah. So in my itch, I have a game that's Radical Rumble. I think that's the name of the game. Okay, dashboard HIO romanleco. Okay, I couldn't find your page. What? Okay, yeah, but because you. Okay, yeah. This one. It was like a really dumb idea. Like we were developing this game with a friend, but and it was a 2 weeks game jam. Actually, my first game jam. Um, that's a fact on the name of the jam. Like that's the actual name. My first game jam. Uh, and my friend abandoned me in the fourth day, I think. So I just had to go with a really weird style, just some basic shapes, and the gameplay turned out like really fun. I'm gonna play a little bit of it so you know what's about, and uh, we'll go back to the actual developing, no, not showing the games. Okay, so this was done like in 2 weeks, I think. Yeah, 2 weeks. It was the time that the game jam had like as limit. Again, as some enemies come, I'm going to just put the music down. One here. Yeah, and it was just like some random enemies come and you like eliminate them. You grab these things that give you like experience, and when you get to another level of you get this. You know, it's like what's this game? Vampire Survivor. But you actually choose what transformation you want to go with, and yeah, they're just basic shapes. But it turned out, no, it's perfect. The microphone. Oh, what? Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, it was just a really simple game, and I think I'm going to stick with a really simple style with this one as well, because it's easy, easy to make and easy to improve on, and I can manage my time pretty well when I do these kinds of projects that are really small and simple. Okay, let's just level up one more time so I can show you another transformation. Okay. Yeah, there's not much variety, but that's the basic concept of the game. Okay, I like 5 and I like 6 too. Okay, yeah, I'm going to. I had Affinity open because I want to show you like what I think I could do with the sixth idea that ChatGPT gave me. So yeah, that's like a vertical screen. It could be like, yeah, this is a horizontal layout. Okay, could be like there's a slope like it said in ChatGPT, and there's the player. Okay, here, player, and I don't know, like the basic stuff, just some spikes and stuff up here, and you have to go over them. You know, you have to time your jumps. Yeah, endless tap shooter sounds cool. If you go with it, you can also consider altering the way the turret rotates mid run. Yeah, that sounds like better. I think I'm going to go with the fifth one because it really sounds cool, and I think that I could adapt. I'm going to prioritize having a PC game over a mobile experience, but maybe I can do it for both, you know. and that's like a really cool idea for a mobile game, you know. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to discard this. Shape matching, quick shape. Concept: shapes fall from the top, and the player has to match them with the corresponding targets at the bottom by switching targets quickly. Yeah, I think that I'm going to make the fifth one. Okay. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Okay, that's enough ChatGPT for now. I'm going to. It's pretty daunting to start a new Unity project when you don't have the ideas clear in your mind, you know. But I think that I can start with another another character controller that I made before. So I have this in my scripts. Character controllers. I think top view. A top view would be fitting for this kind of project. And I was thinking like when I thought of top down and a turret, I thought of 3D of 2D immediately, but I'm not really good 2D artist, so I maybe just go with 3D anyways. But what do you think? Like, would you actually prefer 2D a 2D game for this mechanic, or 3D? Um, the music is little bit loud. Yeah, I was really loud. I'm sorry for that. Uh, okay. Mm, I'm going to search a scene so I can show you the samples here. Yeah, sub sample. Like it's really not that complex. Like I don't have a really long template that is going to do all the game for me or anything. It's just like some basic controllers and some basic stuff that is going to make the development a little bit easier or less time consuming. So yeah, this as you can see here, I'm going to put this on maximized so you can see it really good. Okay, yeah, so what I have here is just character controller that I can move with WSID, and you can go around, just rotate your camera, and there's a green point that is just static there, just for reference, so you know that that you're moving, you know. Okay, let's start with some really basic stuff. I'm going to duplicate this sample, and yeah, I'm going to duplicate the sample. Control D. Okay. I'm going to put this in scenes, and to use this as main prototype scene. All right. And we're going to modify the script. Yeah, your messages are delayed for some reason. Yeah. Maybe it was something about my settings on YouTube. Read the microphone message, which I wrote when you asked it. It's okay. Yeah, it has some delay. I'm going to check some settings. Let me just check it for a second. Okay. Yeah, it seems I have like in latency, there's like three options for latency. There's normal latency, low latency, and ultra low latency. I don't think I can change that now that I started the stream, but for the next stream I will go with the ultra low latency because I didn't know how it would be, because I have never streamed before. Um, but it seems like if it's stable, I'm going to use the ultra low latency so I can speak in a better way with you, you know? So yeah, it's a kind of a bummer to have that latency. Okay, main prototype scene. And what script is this using? Yeah, the player is using a script called WCC speed 10. Okay, and I'm going to search in scripts, character controllers. I'm going to duplicate the top UCC character controller, put it in scripts, and in Visual Studio. Okay, my Visual Studio is really zoomed out. I'm not sure. Can you see it? Can you see it there? I know we have some delay, but I'll read you when the message gets to me. Okay. Okay, I have some variables that are all messed up. WCC. Okay, I'm just going to change this. I'm going to put like player controller. Yeah, I can change the name later. Okay, and I have to in the public class instead of top view, now the name of the class is player controller. Yeah. Okay. So we have speed, horizontal, vertical, movement vector, and a rigid body. In the face mouse direction, we have some other variables that control that here. And let's just review how this works. I'm going to save this. Okay. And let's see. Fixed update, calculate movement. Okay, what happens in calculate movement? Horizontal just stores the input. Okay, I think I fixed the delay in my messages. Okay, okay. Nice. We can try that out if you want. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to drink a little bit of water because I'm not really used to speaking for that long. I'm not a chatty guy. Okay. Yeah. So reach body velocity. Yeah, we won't need that because what I'm thinking about, it's like the idea that ChatGPT hydrating is important. Yeah, it's super important. You should hydrate too if you have a well of water around. Okay. I'm going to have the Affinity program just open in case that we need to draw something or sketch something. I don't think I'm going to get to a sketch now because that's like when I have more of the mechanics ready and we are ready for some designs. So for now, just maybe some diagrams or stuff. It's kind of helpful. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, yeah, the core concept of this is it. Okay, yeah. Now we have a color. Okay, yeah. I don't know why it's not working. Okay. First thing, I have to make something. Well, a turret. That's going to be you. That have that points at a direction of the mouse. That we already have that implemented. We won't be moving around like we have right now because it's not that kind of game. We are going to be just static. And no, actually, we are not going to be using that. We're going to just be rotating around for now. Uh, and you will have to tap. Or for PC, I think that it's a good key to have like space for attacking. You know, if it's just instead of a click. Okay, so it's rotating, and some enemies have to come from the sides to attack you. So for now, I'm going to write in Notion some uh, basic tasks. And you're going to see here I have my Notion open, and I have another tab in Microsoft Edge that you're going to be seeing when I write here. So if you are watching this on a horizontal layout, sorry, in a horizontal layout, like the stream that you're watching, it's going to show right below my face. Okay, now what do we need? First thing, player movement, basic player movement. That's just going to be. Okay, I'm going to put programming in it, and rotating around. And as the game progresses, some things that may change their rotation speed may be like a good thing to implement, so it's more dynamic. It's not always the same. Or we'll see what mechanics we can implement. But first, we're going to do this basic movement. What we also need is some enemies. That's what I know for now. We're going to need some enemies. Programming, yeah. What else we need? Some projectiles to shoot the enemies. Else, programming. And that's it for now, I think. No. We need the projectiles and the shooting. So I'm going to put that in order. I'm going to put the projectiles first here, and player shooting. Pretty simple. I'm going to check real quick that all is working as intended. Yeah, it seems everything's working fine. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Basic player movement. That's where what we're doing right now. And yeah. Okay. Here's as I'm going to use this for I'm going to adapt the script rather than doing it from scratch. Face mouse direction, we won't need that. So I'm just going to delete this. Update player speed. You know, why would we need that here? Face mouse direction, yeah. This I would need it. Side flip. I don't think I need that. Game manager, instance set player precision. Okay, yeah. That's connecting with another script that I don't think we are going to need that for now. That's what we will need. It's calculate movement. This animation handling, I'm going to just delete it. So we're almost starting from scratch. Do you think you'll eventually make a Discord server? Yeah, I really want to make a Discord server, but I don't know anything about making it, and I think I will just wait a little so there's more people. I don't know when. Someday I will make it. maybe when we get to I don't know 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's I don't know how long will it take, or if I will like to do that when we get to that. But we'll see. In someday, I promise, someday we'll have a Discord server. Okay, update player speed. Um, where are we using this? I don't think we're using it, so I'm deleting it. Side flip. No, not using it. Deleting it. Calculate movement. Yeah, we're going to adapt this function. And sprite renderer, we don't need that for now. And a rigid body. This I will need because I'm going to be controlling. I could use two methods: a rigid body or no rigid body. I don't think a rigid body is that necessary in this case, because I'm going to be. I could as well. I could just use the normal game object component in Unity, and I could rotate it, and it will work just fine, I think. So I'm just going to be deleting it. I'm going to delete it. We'll try to do just normal rotations with game object, because I'm not sure it's the best decision, and we'll see later. But I like just moving or transforming the game objects better than rigid bodies. Okay, pointer camera, because we're not going to be using any physics in the game, because it's top down. I don't think we're going to be needing it. Okay, these options, we are not going to need it, so yeah, deleting it, because these are variables that I wrote that were used before for the code that we already deleted. So I'm just going to get rid of those variables that we're not going to need. A pointer camera. Yeah, I don't think that we're going to need this, because I was using another camera in here to calculate the retention. Sorry, the retention. No, the rotation according to where you had the mouse. So that's how it worked. It worked before. Okay, face mode direction variables are all gone. Calculate movement variables. Okay, yeah. Speed. We're going to rename this variable. You can rename all the variables that have the same name with F2. You could just write a new variable. And we're going to be naming this rotating or rotation speed. More fitting name. Okay, horizontal and vertical. I don't think we're going to touch that, because we're not going to be moving up and down. And movement vector. We could use. No, we're not going to use a movement vector, because we're going to just be rotating. Okay, movement vector. This is all gone. So yeah, basically we are doing it from scratch. I thought that we would use something. I have to rename every sprite. I didn't know. I have to rename every sprite. Why? Yeah, it's pretty helpful. Like I didn't know. Like I learned it this year, I think. A friend from uni told me, and I've been using this program VS Code for a long time, but I haven't I hadn't noticed. It's pretty helpful. So if you plan to keep using it, keep that in mind. To changes the names of all the variables. Or rather, you can select a variable and change all the instances that it is used for another name, you know? Okay, calculate movement. What we're going to do, we want to rotate this turret or the player in a fixed speed. So in the speed is going to be controlled by the rotation speed variable. So how can we rotate? Transform. We're going to grab the transform of this that's attached to this script. So the player and transform that rotate, something that rotates, because we have transform. I don't think this the IntelliSense is picking up my code. Header variables. Okay, yeah, we don't need that for now. And we have an error. I don't know why we have an error. It could be, yeah. Okay, transform. Oh, because I was using, I'm so dumb. I was using transform with a capital T. And okay, rotate. And how do we use that? It's asking for a vector tree, Euler space relative to. I haven't done rotations in a while. So we are going to just strike with a vector. Eulers. We need Eulers. So yeah, we're going to first create a new vector tree. A rotation vector. And it's going to be equal new vector tree. And we just going to, okay, so what's the, let's just leave this for now. We will need to rotate in what axis? I always forgot what axis do we need to rotate in. Okay, as you can see here, and it's going to be really small. I don't know if you can see it. So I'm just going to use this in so you can see it here. Okay. So yeah, basically we have the player here. I'm going to, we have another camera here. Okay, yeah, no, we have the camera that's attached to the player because before the camera was following the player. Okay, tip sprite. Yeah, we're going to be leaving that as it is. Reference point, yeah, managers. Okay, we need to replace this script, remove component, with the one that we have right now. That I don't understand at all, but hopefully it works. Okay, yeah, don't worry. If you don't understand, you don't need to understand. I'll try my best to explain what I'm doing. And for now, I'm just going to, as you just joined, I'm going to explain what we're doing. We're going to be doing a project. This is a really bad sketch, but basically, it's going to be a turret. You are going to be a turret that rotates constantly, and enemies are gonna come, and you just have to press space to fire, but you can't control your rotation. Yeah, I'm still setting it up, so don't worry. It's not like I have anything to show right now. I'm just we're just starting. Okay. Let's get back to here. Yeah, what I think that we need to rotate in Z sorry, instead axis. And as we have the camera attached, so we are going to remove that from the player. So now that we rotate in the Z axis, it doesn't rotate the the view, you know, like it was doing before. All right. So now back to the code. We know that we need to rotate it in the Z axis. So where is my Visual Studio Code? Here. Rotation vector. Okay. This is new vector. So we're going to leave it 0 here, 0 here. And we're going to just try with a 1 here. We're later going to use the rotation speed to control it. But for now, I just want to test if it works. We're going to put a 5 here. Okay. Rotation vector, a new express requirement. Okay. Expected. Rotation vector. Vector. What's this error about? We haven't even started and we already have an error. Many tabs open. In all of them? Yeah. That it's not that many because I have a lot of things in another monitor because I want to control the OBS. I want to control the multi-streaming, and I really don't like having a lot of tabs open. But I think that the ones that I have open are necessary, except this one. I don't think that I need that one. And maybe this one. Yeah, I can close this. And also, yeah, this one. We don't need it. So we are as lean as we can get from 4 tabs. Okay, what's the error now? Okay, so this is expected. I don't know why it is expected. I have a semicolon here and semicolon here. Okay, could be that, yeah, we don't need the new keyword here. We are just creating a vector tree. So the vector tree is going to be assigned this name, and it's going to create a new vector now. So yeah, that was why it where we had an error, but it was a really simple one. Okay, we're going to just test this. I think that I need to convert this vector to Euler angles. So I'll just test in case that it works this way, but I think that we need to convert them before using them. If it's working now, it should be rotating on its own. Yeah, it's working. So one task that we have done, rotating. Now I'm going to be assigning the speed variable so we can control the speed. Because now we have, as you can see here, now we have a 5, hard-coded 5, and I don't want to use a hard-coded numbers for this. Okay, so the vector tree that we're using, we are declaring it. It's a local, I think, yeah, a local variable that is just in the function. But I want to store this variable here in. I'm not going to serialize it. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm going to serialize it. Or yeah, I'm going to serialize it because I may, if I experience a problem, I need to have this serialized so I can see it in the inspector. Okay, another private. What is it? It's a vector tree, and I'm going to call it rotation vector. And we're going to start this as yeah, we're going to delete this one, and we're going to remake it in the start because we're going to assign the value that we had here, but now using the wow, yeah, good job, yeah. Something is working. Okay, so now we are going to use this vector, the rotation vector, and we're going to assign a value to it. Note that we have it stored because we already created again here. So yeah, a new vector tree. We could also store the. No, I'm just hallucinating. Okay, yeah, 0 here, and we're going to do this. We are going to use the rotation speed. So that's going to be controlling. Remember that we had a 5 before. Yeah, so we are not using that. Instead, we're going to use another number that I'm going to assign in the inspector. Later, I'm going to assign this. This is a number. This is just a variable, and I'm going to just assign this to the rotation so we can control it right there. Okay, and we should multiply it with fixed. I think that we should multiply it with fixed and fixed update. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Because if we multiply it, actually, I'm just going to use for now. I'm just going to use, because we are not going to use physics or anything complex right now. So I'm just going to use the normal update. And before applying, yeah, we could do this in update. So we're going to put inside the function rotation vector, and the rotation vector is a new vector 3. Like actually, you could use another thing to do this. That it's like let's see, the vector 3 unity docs, because you could use these ones that are like already in memory, so it's more performant, and it's not like it's going to do a huge impact, but I like to do that on a daily basis because it's a good practice. It's not going to change anything, but it's a good practice. Because that way we don't need more variables to be assigned each time we make another vector tree. Okay, so the one we need is the one that it's going to be on set. I'm actually going to use back. So vector tree dot back. Here. Vector tree. I'm going to use vector tree. That back. And that we're going to multiply by rotation speed and time, that delta time. So that way it if you have more FPS or you have less FPS, it's going to be the same experience for both experience. For both cases, it's going to be the same experience. If you have low FPS, it's going to normalize that rotation speed to the FPS that you have, and the same case if you have more FPS. Yeah. Wow, it's really tiring to talk all the time. I don't usually do this. Okay, yeah, so we have the rotation vector again. And basically it's going to work the same as it was working before. And I'm going to zoom here so you can see. It's going to be really pixelated because it's just zoom after the render. But I just want you to see. Basically, if you don't use delta time, higher FPS will make it rotate crazy fast. Yeah, that's going to happen if I don't use the delta time. So yeah, keep it in mind. Okay, so basically it's going to work the same as it was working before. It's going to be rotating the other way around, and it's going to be controlled by the speed that I'm going to be assigning here. I'm not sure if you can see. Yeah, you can see because my face is on the way. So I'm going to. Okay, yeah, you can see here I have these are my variables, and I'm going to be changing the variables here, so you can. So this is what is controlling the rotation now, and as it is normalized, you can see that if I put 90 here, it's going to be rotating 90 degrees a second. And I'm going to put my camera back. Okay, yeah, so we're going to leave this as 90 for now. I don't think that we are going to need to rotate it any faster, or just let it at 120, and we will see what we need in terms of speed when we get to the enemies and stuff. Okay, so back to the Notion. I think that we have the basic player movement done. So I'm just going to put it in the done category. Okay. Next, well, before moving out, I'm going to just commit to my GitHub. And would you be interested in seeing my repositories? Because I have all my projects are on GitHub, but I'm not sure anything would be interested in checking them out. So let me know if you would like, because I can make my projects open source, so you can, or I don't know, just let you see the project, so you can, I don't know, change things around and maybe see how the things are working if you are interested in the code. Okay, so we need a title for this commit. What we need right now is this basic player movement. Basic player movement. And for the devlogs that I do, it's really important to leave the description, like put something in the description that is that explains what I did, because later when what I do to make the devlogs is check all the commits that I pushed to GitHub, so I can see all the progress and all the tasks that I had to do. And with that, I do the script, and later the storyboard, and later the recording, then editing, and then title, thumbnail, posting. I still haven't started Unity, so I won't understand anything from your project, even if you share them. Yeah, don't worry, it's okay. You don't have to understand it. If you are just here because you're interested, I'm so glad that you're here. And if you just want to play the games, I'm thrilled to share them with you. Okay, basic player movement. What we did was it's just rotating the player rotates based on the rotation speed that is assigned. Yeah, that will do as a message. So commit, we're going to push to origin, and yeah, we're going to make the projectiles now. So what we will need for the projectiles, for two objects to collide in Unity, we need rigid bodies, or rather, we need that the two objects that are colliding need colliders, like a shape that indicates the like what is and what isn't the object, like the actual the shape of the thing. And we also need a rigid body that is going to be registering that collision. So we don't need two rigid bodies, one for each object. We don't need that. Just one will suffice. I never thought I could speak. I could jab that at that speed. Okay. Projectiles. Let's just make some 2D object. No, we are going to need. I'm going to import a package here because I want to use a basic. Oh no, let me see. Input field background. Yeah, we're just going to use some random nov, like a sprite, and we're going to make this. Okay, create empty. We're going to call this projectile, and we're going to center this. We currently can't see that because it doesn't have a sprite, so you can't see that. But we're going to put a sprite renderer, and we are going to use a nov because I don't have a a circle sprite anywhere. I could do it, but it's like so simple that we won't waste time on it. Okay, the projectile, we're going to assign a red color to it. You can't see it right now because it's under all the other stuff. So I'm just going to make it be on top of everything. And yeah, we have the projectile. This is the projectile, okay? Don't judge based on the looks of it. No, it's okay. I want to talk. I think it's better if I just explain what I'm doing. Because it's way more fun. I think for me it's fun. And I think for you it's more entertaining to see me talk and see what I'm thinking. Well, you can see what I'm thinking, but you can hear what I'm thinking, so you know what I'm doing and thinking, and it's and that way we can interact more, you know, because otherwise it would be like some like really, I don't know, just boring. I've seen other channels or streaming channels do this thing that they are like ASMR with the keyboard, just like typing and stuff. But I mean, it's not that bad. Well, it's not bad. It's that I wouldn't enjoy that content. So if I don't enjoy that content, I don't want to make it. So I think that what I would enjoy is someone that is talking, so that way I can know what he's doing, what he's thinking, and we're going to put another script on the projectile. So now we have another script called projectile that's going to be controlling the behavior for the projectile. We're going to let it create a script, and we're going to add that projectile script to the projectile object. For now, this script is just empty. Yeah, empty script. And what we will need, as I mentioned before, is a collider. So as we are working in 2D, we are going to be using a circle collider that represents this shape. I'm going to just turn this off so you can see the projectile. Oh shit! I think I saved something that I didn't want to save. But it's okay. I can change it later. Because yeah, I wanted to work in the yeah. So I created a new scene so I could work in the prototype and stuff. But I didn't use it. I didn't change it. So I'm actually just in that sample scene that I used, not in the copy that I created to work on it. So I'm just going to cut this out, this projectile out. Sorry, yeah, cut this. And I'm going to go to the other scene. As you can see, I think it's really small. You probably can't see it, but here it says top view sample. That's the scene that it's from my template, and the scene that I want to use is the main prototype scene. Okay, so I don't think it's going to let me just copy one thing from the scene to the other one. So yeah, we'll just recreate the projectile real quick. It's really fast if you are not explaining, but yeah. So dragging the projectile script again, we are going to need a circle collider 2D. That is oops. Okay, yeah. So before we had the main camera on the player, so I turned off the player, and you couldn't see anything. So that's why that's what happened. Okay, the projectile we have right now had the script, had a collider, and we need a sprite because currently it's invisible. sprite renderer we need, and we're going to assign a nov. So that way we have a similar shape of a circle. And we're going to adapt this radius. So yeah, now you can see the radius that that the collider radius, and we're going to shrink it to be the same size as the sprite. Oh, that's why you need to be careful when reusing code. Yeah, it happens a lot. And I've been, it's not the only time that has happened. And I don't think it's going to be the last, if I'm being honest. Okay, we have the projectile. Radius, I could just put this projectile information here. Center it. Yeah, that seems right. I'm going to leave a little bit of space, so that way it's not like super strict. You can miss the enemies by a little, and it's still going to register the hit, so it's more fair for the player, or rather than fair, a better experience for the player. Main prototype scene. Okay, now we are in the in the correct scene. We are in the correct scene now. I'm going to save it. Okay, we had the circle collider, sprite renderer, and the projectile sprite. Now we have two options. We could put the rigid body on the projectiles, or we could put the rigid body on the enemies. The thing is that rigid bodies are not that expensive in resources, but it's better practice if you try to avoid using a lot of them. You know, it's not like it's going to be killing the performance or anything, but it's a good practice to just try to limit the amount of them that you put on screen. So I think I'm going to let's see what we could do. I'm going to use yeah, I'm going to do it in the enemy, and in the case that I don't think that it's fitting, we can change it. So yeah, we're not going to need the rigid body because we're going to be putting that on the enemy. Okay. Now for the projectile logic, what we will need, it's going to be a serialized field, so I can see that in the inspector. Private float, that's basically just an integer, sorry, basically just a floating common number. I think that's the name, a decimal basically. It's going to be the speed, and what else we will need? I think that that will suffice for now. No, we don't need that. Okay, and we are going to use void update. So every frame we are going to be doing something. What will we do? We are going to just move in the transform that forward, like transform, translate. Wait. And we will use this uses a vector tree translation. We're going to use vector tree forward, and let me check something real quick. Oh, this is not. That's the problem we have. Multiple tabs that you already you always misclick something. Okay, let me check something real quick. Okay. So yeah, basically we want to move this projectile just forward. So what we will do is just three. So x its way instead the movement in x. We're just right vector 3 that forward. I will forget how to do this. It's kind of kind of embarrassed because I've been developing games for I don't know some years now, and it always like I always have to search how to how to do this or go into other projects to search how to do this. I don't know what is happening to the projectile. Where is it? Okay, so there's no speed. Yeah. So yeah, going to search that like real quick. I'm the worst developer ever. I have to check my past uh, my past repositories for really simple stuff. This is the simplest simplest as it gets. Like literally any developer that has like a 1 day of experience could do this, but not me. But like I could actually do it, but it's way faster if I just get the get it from another project, you know. Okay, so my repository still, yeah. And I could lie to you, like say, hey, I know this from memory, or just like put my turn off my camera for a sec and search and say like be right back, and I'm just searching the code that I need. Okay, yeah. So and that's it. Okay, I'm gonna be real quick. I'm just searching for something. Uh, let's see. Filter assets. Scripts. Field ready. Okay. Scripts. Manager player. Okay. Web. When like area bullet. Okay. Yeah. So I just have to use uh X. I think that the thing that with this is that I want to move based on sorry, I want to the projectile to if you don't remember you can always ask ChatGPT. Well, imagine if you do that. No, it's okay. I'm not that bad of a developer. I just have it in another project and it's so simple, but I prefer just searching it instead of see at least is a project of mine. Not like I'm stealing or searching someone else's code. Uh, so yeah, the movement vector. I think that I'm not sure how is going to work because I'm going to translate the movement vector x speed that speed times time delta time. But the thing that I'm not sure is if it's going to just work like 'cause if I move as I have here the see here no it's not the tab. I need more. I need to close some tabs, dude. No, it's not here. I opened the same thing again. Yeah, because I have it in the other monitor. Yeah. So here, if I do this, I could move on X, but that would do just this. Let me grab the projectile. Let me change the color here. And if I move on X, this is what's going to happen. I don't know why I can't move this. Okay, yeah, no. If I move on X, you can see that there's well, you can't see that here. You can see that if I move here, you can see that X is changing. So I'm not sure how's that going to work if I change this way. Oh, yeah, it's going to work because if I move in local position rather than global position, it's going to work automatically. So I always have a doubt about that. That's the same thing that I question, and it's so fucking simple. I feel so embarrassed, dude, because it's super simple. What could you be thinking about me? Like this dude doesn't know anything. I don't know how he does that other his other games. Um, so yeah, we're going to back now that we stole code from our younger self. We're going to just create a variable here. We're going to name this movement vector. I don't need to serialize it, but since we don't have a lot of variables now, I think that it's okay. Okay, what we need is a vector tree. Vector tree. We could actually just remember the thing that I showed you before that we had here in the docs. We can use that again. So I need one that moves only on X. So vector tree dot right instead of creating a new variable. And that we could multiply with the speed. Okay, so vector tree dot right times speed plus times delta time delta time. Hi Heather, how are you doing? Oh, sorry. You can tell that I'm this is my first stream because I have some scenes set up and stuff, but I'm not really used to just changing cameras and stuff. But I promise that I will get better at this, and I plan to do this fairly often. I'm thinking that maybe uh, five times uh, 5 times a week. My I don't know if my voice is going to agree with me, but because today I want to stream for 5 hours, and most of the days, like 3 days a week, I want to stream five, and some days I want to stream nine. Uh, First follow, wow, Rinscript. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Rinscript, Rinscribert, 2098. Wow, I'm so glad that you subscribed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so now I don't remember what we were talking about. Yeah, I'm a new streamer. I don't know what I'm doing, but I will get better. Okay. Yeah. So now vector tree dot right. Why is this throwing me an error? It's an ambiguous reference in unit vector. Okay, yeah. Why do we have a system type numerics? I think that VS Code automatically added that package or for me, and I don't want it, so I'm just going to delete it. And Negrib, I really appreciate that you you told me that I forgot to turn my camera back on. I wouldn't have noticed in God knows how much time. Okay, so now we are going to just try, and we will see if this is working as intended. Okay, the projectile. I'm going to just focus here, but it's going to be, if it's working, and I hope it works, it's going to be outside of the camera. You couldn't see it. You will not see it if if it works, because it's going to move outside. So let's try it. Okay, adjusting the speed. Yeah, we have the basic speed that I'm changing here in the hierarchy. Oh, sorry, in the inspector. I'm changing the speed manually. And let's see if I rotate this in the Z axis that we will need for our purposes, because I want what I want to do is to later spawn that projectile, and the projectile should move on based on the direction that it's facing. So I hope this works. Let's just increment this. Yeah, it works. I don't know why I had to search all that, because it's just a really simple thing. Okay, we have the projectile. Basically, most of the functionality. We are going to be assigning some speed of 5 for now. Let's see the code here. Yeah, I think that speed of 5 for now is okay, or maybe 10. Yeah, 10. And we're going to save. I'm going to do this a prefab, and I don't have a prefab folder. Oh yeah, I have a prefab folder. So here I'm going to put the projectile. I'm going to just drag it, and I generated a new projectile. Here we have it. And now I can delete this, and we're going to turn the reference point and the player back. Or well, I don't think we need the reference point anymore. I'm not gonna delete it, but I'm going to just let it off, be off. And something I want to change is that I don't like that we have this skybox. So I'm just going to put a basic solid color on it. So yeah, I can change here. I can change the from skybox to solid color, and we will use I don't know what color should it be. Just leave it like this for now. Nice contrast, so I can see the player, so we can set the player. And yeah, as for now, I'm going to push. So yeah, this projectiles, it's not done, but I think that projectiles movement is done. Yeah, projectiles movement. I'm going to put that basic movement for the projectiles. And I'm going to go to my GitHub and say basically the same. Projectiles movement, basic movement, no, or I'm going to be more specific, because I'm going to need that later for the devlogs. Projectiles that move forward based the way they're facing. I don't. Is it they are facing? I'm not sure, because as you can tell, or maybe you can't. If you can't tell that my native tongue is not English, I don't know what to say. I'm really proud, because yeah, my native tongue is actually not English. Projectiles that move forward based on the way they are facing. Okay, commit to main, push to origin, and we are going to be doing the player shooting now. And we have a problem here, I think, because you can't see the yeah. If I close, you can't see the let's see. You can't see what I had, like the Notion stuff that you could see below my name. Is your native language German? Notice you read J. Why sometimes? No, my native language is Spanish. Do I sound like German? It's Spanish. So I'm from South America. Um, okay, I'm not going to reveal my nationality for now. Okay, yeah, I think that I just closed a very important tab that was the one that was displaying the. Oh, okay, I think it's here. Uh, 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 let's see. Yeah, it's working again. Yeah, we have it. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I can't actually close that. I have to leave it. It's really bad. But if you to display in OBS this thing about Notion, I have to have the web browser opened, and I can't minimize it or anything. I have to have uh, that page full view, so it's really annoying. Uh, on top that I have a lot of tabs, so yeah, that's why you see that if I tab, you can see all of that. Okay, we committed the last thing, yeah. And what are we going to do now? Player shooting. But before that, let me take a break. I'm going to the toilet. I won't be long, so yeah. See you in maybe a minute. I don't know. Hey, we're back. Uh, yeah, we were doing the player shooting. Yeah, that's right. Okay, now we need uh, a new script that is going to control. Because I want to have the player controller just control the movement, and a separate script for the shooting. So that way it's more modular, and I can just if an error happens or I just want to modify, a certain part of how this player works, I can just go to the script and I can fix the things more compartmentalized. Projectile, no, player shooting. New script. We're going to leave to let Unity just load the new file, and we're going to go to our player, and yeah, we have yeah. So before we had the other script, because I committed a mistake. I made a mistake that I was using the scene that I duplicated this a scene that I already had, so I could work based on it, and I forgot to change my scene to the duplicate, and I was working in the actual one. So I had to remove these components again and set the player up again, but it's going to be really fast because they're just two scripts. Okay, yeah, we have the player controller here, and we have the player shooting that is currently just an empty script, as you can see here. And it's going to be a really simple script because all we want to do is to fire or just spawn projectile when we press space. So that's going to be really simple. But before that, I'm going to save. I'm going to assign rotation speed of 120 again. And we are back at the script. Okay, I don't know why I have two tabs of. Oh yeah, this is the code that I used when I made the thumbnails for this for these streams. I just took a screenshot of the code of the past game that I made. Blendguard. Yeah, my last devlog. Okay, player shooting. What do we need to do? Void update. So it happens every second or every frame, and we need to just input dot clever. Yeah, I know, right? Clever for some things, and I had to get some code from other repository that I had before. Okay, input that key code. No, input. I will forget how is this, but that's the task of a programmer. Input Unity docs, just reading documentation. So what I want to get from here is yeah, get key down. That's what I need because I want to do something when you press the key. When you press down the key that I will specify now as a key code dot space. So now I'm just going to put a log so you know it's working. Fire, and I'm going to put the time here. That time. So that basically is a simple message that is going to be displayed on the console when I press space. If it works, it's just a test, and then later when I check that it's working. Oh, I don't know why that. I think that I forgot to. Yeah, I forgot to remove the read body component on the player. And it was that. Okay, so I need to remove something. Player controller. It says that I can't remove this component because player okay, yeah, I have something here in the script because I adapted the script from another one that I was that I had in the template, and it used this. you know, this required component. So if I put this on the code, it's going to be asking me a component that is going to be required, you know, required component. And I can't get rid of that component unless I get rid of that line of code. So that's really helpful when you need something, when you're setting up stuff and you need a certain component that couldn't be missing because it would generate errors. So that's the way you do it. But it's you can't remove the component later if you don't remove that line. Okay, so we remove the component. Now we press play and it shouldn't fall. Okay, yeah, we have the thing. And now I'm going to press space and nothing is working. Why would that be? Player shooting script is attached. Did I forget to save? Predicted shooting. Wait, update. Key code. I'm just going to check if how long do you think the stream will continue for? It's going to be a long one. Now in my country it's 9:45 a.m. It's going to be a 5-hour stream. I'm going to be streaming until 1 p.m. So yeah, pretty long. If you, I don't know what are your plans for today, but if you have to do other things, it was a pleasure to have you here. In case you leave, and I hope to. If you live, I don't want you to live, but if you live, I will be. It will be really good if you come back for another stream. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, basically Monday to Friday. So yeah, you feel free to do whatever you have to do and come back whenever you want, because I will be here from 11 a.m. East. Okay, I'll write. I'll probably leave in about 15 minutes. Which a pleasure to be here as well. I'm in Europe, so it's afternoon now. Okay, I totally get it. It was a pleasure to have you here. You're the first one that connected to one of my streams. I really appreciate it. You have made my day. So thank you very much. And you have a good afternoon when you leave. Okay, so now input get key down. Why is it not working? I don't know. I'm going to put another debug deadlock. So I'm going to be running this, just saying time, that time. So every second, if this is, happy to hear that. If this is working, every second should, well, every frame, it should display that message that I wrote. Okay, yeah. So this is working. What is not working is the other part. So yeah, this is working. So this is executing. So that's not the problem. If input that get key down, key code that space. Maybe it could be because I wasn't on the game tab, because here you can see it's really small, but you can see that I have the game. I'm going to just put this like, yeah, here. I have the game view. So I wasn't on the game view. I was actually on the console view. So that could be the problem, that I wasn't that my space key wasn't recorded. Okay, so let's try now. Yeah, it was just that. The code was great and it was working, but I forgot that I couldn't, that if I'm in console view, my controls are not going to register. Okay, so now we have that and it's working. So now, instead of just putting a debug.log that's going to send a message to the console, I'm going to spawn a projectile. So the way that I do that is just a serialized file, serialized field, sorry, serialized field, private, because I don't want to be accessed by any other script. Private game object is what I need. Game object, and I'm going to call this projectile prefab, because that's what I need to assign here. What I need to assign here is the projectile that we created before, that we turned into a prefab. That a prefab is basically like something that you can clone, like or something that you can spawn. So basically, you define the behaviors and all the stuff that you want to your component to be, and you turn it into a prefab. So later you can spawn it, or yeah, do whatever you want to do with it, and it's going to be like a save of that object. So yeah, now how do we spawn that? Instantiate. It's a function that it's going to spawn that. And the way that works, you can see here, it's going to it's asking me for an object. The object that we will need is the prefab that we had. So I'm just going to put sorry. Yeah, the prefab that we have. Where will it spawn? That's the position where it will spawn, and a quaternion that rotation. That's the initial rotation of the object. So the first thing, projectile prefab. That's the object that I will spawn. Where will I spawn it? I'm going to spawn it. Where? Yeah. For that, I want to spawn. If you see here and here, yeah, we have this really ugly drawing of what this turret or what this game will be. Okay, so this is the turret. Okay, it's facing this way. So this is a cannon, and I want to spawn the projectiles here. Okay, so that way it's just attached here, and it goes this way, like points straight. I can do a straight line. Okay, now a straight line. Okay, yeah. So that way I just spawn there, spawn that there, and it should work. Let's just create another variable, serialized again, serialized field. And this is going to be another game object, but this time we're not going to be spawning it. We're just going to be assigning it. If you spawn it on top of the turret, it wouldn't make much difference, I think. Yeah, if I could spawn it on top of the turret, but I want the bullet or the projectile to be like over everything, that on top of everything. So if I spawn it here, if I spawn it here, you're going to see the projectile before it comes out of the barrel. So I rather spawning it here, so you so it doesn't show over. Yeah, it doesn't show over the turret. And the way I'm going to do that is yeah, we're going to need another game object, and it's going to be spawn's position or projectile spawn pose. Yeah, we're going to assign that later, and that's where we're going to need. Yeah, so we have that object spawn pose, but what we want to get from it is its position. So that transform, because we have an object that transform that position. And the last variable, it's the rotation, that I will put quaternion, that identity. That is just the basic way of saying, like, state the rotation as the one of the, like the default rotation. And now we have to assign the projectile, and we have to assign the spawn position. Okay, first we're going to tip sprite. I think I'm going to use this tip sprite that is just this thing that I have here. That is basically the way I'm. I just put that there so I can see which way it's facing. So I'm going to use that as the. You can see here that I'm going to assign in the player. Where's my player shooting script? I'm going to put this script here on top so I can. So it's the most important things, and I'm going to assign the here. Yeah, the projectile prefab. I'm going to just drag the projectile here to there, and tip sprite is going to be the projectile spawn pos. And back to camera. So yeah, now it should just work. Let's see. Okay, now if I press space, yeah, the rotation is not working as I want. But it's kinda working. Kinda. Like it spawns. But I think that I have to assign the rotation. That's a problem. Yeah, because I put here the quotation that identity, and that's the default of the object. So that's not going to be the one, the rotation that we need if is the one from the object that it spawns from. So projectile spawn pos dot transform dot rotation. I'm sorry if it cuts out a little bit. I'm going to by the way, is the size of the characters small or too big? What do you think? Because I don't know. I see it all right, but I don't know about you. Is it okay? So now with that, we should have that working. I think that was the main problem. Let's just test it. No, it's still It's still not working. Yeah, let's see what it is. See, what's the rotation that it doesn't have rotation? Maybe I can alter the rotation. Is it? Well, it's following, as you can see, it's following the trajectory of, or well, the rotation. But I should rotate again. I'm going to use pause here. Like, let me just explain. Like, okay, I fire something. Sorry, I paused. Fire something, and it's coming like in this direction, you know, in this direction. So maybe if I rotate it, some of it's good, but it's visible. Okay, yeah, I don't think it's going to. I don't know if I can make all of it show. Because yeah, I can turn my camera off and show you the code again later. And thank you, Negref. Really helpful. I don't know what I would do without you telling me how things are going. Okay, so yeah, we have this. Yeah, we have these two objects. We could either rotate this, so it's like you're not maybe not going to perceive it, but we could do this. And let's play. And yeah, it's working. So because I'm grabbing the projectile rotation is the same as this object's rotation. So this fixed the problem, but I could also rotate the projectile, each projectile, before it comes out or as it comes out of the barrel. But I think I'm just going to rotate this to 90 degrees in the Z axis, and this would make this work. And I'm going to go to the projectile. Anything is a little bit slow, or yeah, I'm going to put, instead of 10 speed of the projectile, I'm going to change it to 12. And I think that with that, we already have the player shooting. That's done. Player shooting. Okay. And we are going to commit player shooting to the GitHub. Shooting. Basic player shooting. Sorry, the player can now shoot the projectile on space key down. Okay, commit to main. While it loads, I'm going to hydrate. I'll be going. Good job. I'll be going now. It was nice being here. It was a pleasure having you here. So nice of you of helping me with the stream and telling me the things that you told me. So for the next streams is going to be better because of you. Thank you very much and have a nice afternoon. Okay, now we have to make enemies. And the way I want the enemies to be, like we have a horizontal layout, okay? Let's describe this. Oh, wrong layer. Yeah. So wrong layer again. So I want to I don't know how I'm going to make this really, but I'm just going to draw this. Okay, see, this is the horizontal layout that I have. Like this is going to be your screen. This is the borders of your screen, and I could just tell the game to have some spawn points, like from this position. Like I'm going to change color here, just so it doesn't get mixed up. Change color. No. Okay, so this X and Y, and this X and Y. So I'm going to be putting like the borders. I'm going to just specify in code what are the borders of the game, and based on that, it will be spawning enemies from all that. And I'm going to do the same for this one, for this one, and for this one. Okay, let's do it. Okay, we will need first we will need the enemies, because we don't have the enemies. I'm thinking about how I'm going to spawn them, and we don't even have them. So yeah, I'm going to create a new task here that is going to be enemies spawner, and that's programming too. And the enemies, yeah, I'm going to put this here. Yeah, enemies. We're doing enemies. So basically, we're going to create an empty object, call it enemy. We're going to center it out, and we're going to create a new script. So before creating that, I'm going to create a folder, player, and I'm going to put the three scripts that we have, player controller, shooting, and projectile, in that player folder. and I'm going to create a new script for the enemy. Okay, enemy script, enemy. Okay, this is so great. We're going to start from an empty script, and basically how the enemy should work is it's spawning, and it's basically just wherever it spawns, it's going to be going towards the player, like I explained here. Yeah, like this one is going to just imagine that it's just spawn here. Just spawn here a new enemy. I'm going to put here enemy, enemy, and it's going to go towards you, the player, the turret. So how do I do that? First, we have to have the player position, so that way we know where we are going as the enemy. And I think I'm going to, for now, I'm just going to make this a private vector tree, and I'm going to call this player position, and it's going to be equal to a new vector, or no, vector tree that's 0, because the coordinates of my player right now, and I think I'm going to stick with that, just not changing the coordinates of the player, just letting it out on the center of the game. So it's always on the center, and all the enemies know where the player is. That's the same thing that, by the way, that's the same thing I did for Blendguard, the tower defense game that I made, where you combine towers. All the enemies, all the invaders, are just going to the 0-0 position. Like they don't actually know that the base structure or tower is there. They just go to 0-0, and when they get in range, they attack it. Okay, vector 0, that's the player position, and we will move towards that. So how do we do that? With update, we will be calculating that movement. We're going to put it in another function that's called void, because I don't need to get any other value. Okay, it's going to be calculate movement. Movement. Okay, yeah. I'm going to put this in update, calculate movement, and I want to transform. Access to transform, the transform component of this object, and yeah, what I want to grab. I want to grab translate. I want to translate that transform. Okay, so how do we calculate this? To get it, I think that we need to distance between 2 points. But I will need a. I'm not sure. No, I will need an angle. I thought I would need an angle. So yeah, now we're going to just get our position, or that position, minus player position, and I think that would work. But I'm going to debug, but because I'm not sure. That log transformed position minus player position, plus t time to time. Okay, why is it trying an error. Debug is an ambiguous reference between indie-engine.debug and okay. I have a library that I don't need here, so I'm just going to delete it. Save, and yeah, we don't have that error now. Quick tip: I put this on all my debug. I've been putting this on all my debugs because if you have a message that repeats, Unity is going to group it on the console, and you will see that message as one, and we'll see a number on the right. But if you put it this way, it's going to be showing a different message for each time you put it, because it's related to time, the message, because it's not always the same. Okay, let's test this. And first we will need to assign this script. This script called enemy to the enemy. And let's see what what happens. Oh, I don't have a visualizer for the enemy yet, so we won't see anything. Okay. I'm just going to move this out of the way, and I'm going to add a sprite renderer so we can see something. I'm just going to assign a square for now, or a triangle rather, because it's more computer specs. I have a Lenovo Legion 5. You can search that. I'm going to put that on the chat for you, so you can search it here. YouTube. Oh, it's not letting me send messages on YouTube. Okay, I'm just going to write it for you here. Okay. Oh, you got it. Okay. Yeah, let's move on. Enemy triangle sprite. Yeah, I'm still going to write it. Lenovo. Let's put some text that you can actually see. Lenovo Legion. I do need inspiration to start developing. Yeah, I think that the way I started with Game Maker Studio. Well, you can try any engine you want. I'm going to just put this text a little bit bigger, and I will continue talking. Okay, and continue. Okay, I think you can see that there. Yeah. Okay. I started with Game Maker Studio, and it was like pretty good engine. And if you want to start, and if you haven't started yet, I would recommend that engine to start first. And then if you know that you want to do 3D stuff, I would go with Unity or Unreal. But Unreal is kind of tough on your PC, like tough to run. So you have to have a pretty good PC. And there's not a lot of tutorials for C++. Because you can use C++ or Blueprints. I think that, do you know that? Or maybe not, don't. Maybe not. But yeah, you can use those two styles with Blueprints or C++. But yeah, I would recommend Game Maker language. And for inspiration, just go with something really really dumb, like the dumbest ideas that you can come up with, or some of the ideas that I come up with. I don't know, you weren't on the beginning of the stream, but I basically generated this idea of this game with ChatGPT. At the beginning of the stream. Just not a lot of creativity here. Yeah. So if you need inspiration, just tell ChatGPT, hey, I need. I'm told it. I'm going to make a game in 10 days, and I want you to help me brainstorm some ideas for the game. Basically, generate all the ideas for me. You could mix genres and mechanics for inspiration, or do just whatever you like to help me. And maybe the ideas that ChatGPT gives you are not going to be the best ones, but it will make you think about what could you do, or what kinds or what parts of what ChatGPT gave you are worth your time for developing. Yeah, so back at the enemy. We have the enemy script attached, and we were going to check if it's working. Yeah. Do we have a speed on it? Let me check the script real quick. Let's see. Okay, if I press play. Okay. That's not working as I wanted. Maybe the other way around. I inverted the things, and I need to okay, yeah. Instead of transform that position minus player position, I'm going to put player position first, and transform that position later. That position, and I don't think it's going to be necessary to put this. How do you call this? I don't know. This bracket. I'm not sure if that's the name. I think that they have another name, but you know the thing. These things. And I'm going to multiply by time, that delta time, because I think that it was going way too quick because I wasn't multiplying it by time, that delta time. Okay, I don't need inspiration to start developing. No, I know Python. Okay, thanks, man. Well, if you know Python, are you a game developer, or you know Python because you work with Python for other things? Let me know. So, I know some libraries like Pygame, or I think that, I'm not sure, you can use Python with Godot, or well, JavaScript. It's kind of like Python or like Lua. So okay, yeah, you code. Yeah, you could use. I would recommend Godot. It's a pretty good engine. It happened to have a really bad controversy lately, but you shouldn't listen to the controversies. They are just engines, and if they work, they work. And you can try that stuff that I mentioned before too. Pygame, or if you know what you want to, what libraries or engines you want to use, just do your own. Okay, the enemy. Still, let's see. Now that we inverted this and multiplied by time, that delta time, let's see what happens. It's working. Oh, but I think it's like slowly going. Oh yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense, because it's going slower the closer it gets, because this you can see in this console, I think. Yeah, that's not helpful. Okay. Because basically, you may know this, but I'm going to explain it anyway in case you don't. And for the ones that are seeing this stream later, uploaded, it's going to be like stored on YouTube or on bots, I think. So yeah, the way this works, I'm going to turn these layers off, create a new one. Oh, not a new project. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the way this works is, let's divide this in two. This is when we start, we have the turret here, the player, and the enemy is here. Let's suppose it's here, and then when it's this is a P. When this is closer, there's a greater distance here than it is here. And I'm using on the code this. So basically I'm asking you use this x and y and y minus the enemy's x and y. And this could be like greater, because if you say like this is let's just do the x. If this is 5 and this is 6, let's say. If I this is going to be -1. Yeah, -1. But if I'm here, or I should put this, I should put another number, so it is easier to see what I'm trying to explain. Let's change this opacity to 100. Yeah. Okay, let's suppose this x is 8 here, but here it's 5 and 6, because it's now closer. So now this is controlling, this is not 1, this is -3. That's the movement. That's controlling the direction it will go, the direction the enemy will go. So if it's -3, it's going to be going towards the player anyway, but at a greater speed, you know, because it's -3. And if it's closer, it's going to be starting to go slower, because 5 minus 6, it's -1. So yeah, it's still going the same, but you can see it in action here. I'm going to maximize this so you can see it better. So yeah, you see that the further it is, it's the faster. So I'm going to change that by doing this. Let me see here. Okay, we can grab that, normalize it, and then multiply it by the speed. How will we do that? I'm not sure. I know I have to do it, but I'm not sure. Okay, so let's just create a vector 3 for now, and it's going to be called motion, or movement vector. It's going to be equal to a player position minus transform that position. Yeah. And I want to limit the these values to -1 or 1 in any case, and later multiply them by the speed. So I think that would work to fix the problem that we're facing right now, that it gets slower as closer as it gets to the player. So let's try that out. Player position. What we will do with player position, that x equal yeah, we have to clamp that position so it doesn't get, like, if it is let's say -3, I need to transform that into a -1. So I'm going to do it really dirty and then see if I can optimize from there. So I'm going to check if this is plus or minus, so negative or positive, and then multiply by 1 and clamp it 1. Yeah, I'm going to do that, and that and that values we are going to be multiplying by speed. Okay, so now now matf that clumps our values, and it says here how do you use that. We need the value that we were going to clump, the minimum, and the maximum. Oh, so we can actually use -1 and 1. But first, I want to. There's going to be cases that there's going to be cases that the x, or well, the x and the y, are going to be less than 1, or sorry, closer to 0. So the times that are closer to 0, I want them to be -1 or 1 anyways. So what I'm going to do is, first, the movement vector, I'm going to multiply it by 100. So that way we don't get the really small numbers. And then we are going to clump movement vector. That x is going to be, the minimum is going to be -1, and the maximum is going to be 1. And we're going to do the same for y. Movement vector that y, -1 and 1. And after that, the movement should be, working right. Now what we need to do is we're going to create a new variable, serialize field, private, because we don't want any other script to access it, private float, speed, and we are going to set this as, let's say a 3 for now. We can change that later on the inspector. And yeah, that's movement vector times speed times delta time dot delta time. And after that, we are going to use this new value of movement vector. We're going to use that for translation. And I hope it works. Hello, observer. How are you? Let's see if this works. Yeah, I don't think it's working. Let's just play focused and see what happens here. I'm going to put the speed on 1. I'm going to press pause, press play, and we can see what happens each frame. Okay, the next frame, yeah, it's like going over the player. Like it's making the adjusting each time to get to the player. Like it's getting closer and closer, but it gets it overshoots. Okay, so I think that happens because we have let's see. Maybe I'm doing something wrong with the multiplication. Let's just that x plus times speed and then I'm going to use this movement vector x equal movement vector x that times speed times time delta time. I'm going to paste it just in case. I can change this later, but I want to check that it's not because of this. And I'm going to put debug here, debug.log, movement vector and movement vector here. So I can see the values of this and what is happening. Okay, let's just try again. Uh, it should be the same, I think. It's not going to be fixed, but at least I can get some helpful console messages. Yeah, it's the same, but I can get these messages. I think I need the first ones here. Yeah, so it's not being clamped. That's a problem. Because I remember that I told you, hi bro, what's up? How are you? Shadil? How are you doing? We're just here making I don't know how you call these games, but basically you are a turret and you are constantly rotating, and enemies come from every side, and you have to press space to shoot projectiles and eliminate the enemies and try to survive as long as you can. I am trying to make this game in 10 days, and this is day one, so you're very welcome. Okay. We need to clamp those values so they don't get over 1 or -1. Be confident, man. Keep your head cool. You're good. Thank you. Okay. Um, let's see. Movement vector. We are going to keep that message because it was really helpful. And let's see. This clamp is not working. Collection. Let's see the documentation on clamping, because maybe I'm using that function wrong. Clamp unity. Let's see. So yeah, these have a public static float clamp. Okay, we need a value, the floating point value to restrict inside the range defined by the minimum and maximum values. The minimum floating point value to compare against, and the maximum floating point value to compare against. Maybe the problem is that I'm using integer values here, and I need to use floating points or floats. How long have great work? Thank you, Chado. How long you have been known to coding? I started when I was. I'm currently 20. I'm going to turn 21 in a month, and I started my first introduction to coding, or well, game development. It was at 15, but I didn't actually was that serious about it. It was just like something interesting that I picked, and then when I was like 16, I really started like putting the hours on studies. And when I was 17, I was like, I didn't do anything else but study and write code. Well, make games. So yeah, I know like 3 years, going for a fourth, but I'm self-taught, so I may have some gaps in my knowledge that I don't know about. But I still managed to make all the things that I want, so it's going pretty great. I started with, as I mentioned before, I started with GameMaker language first, because it was an easier introduction to scripting, and it kind of made me forget that I was afraid of writing words on a screen. You know, it's kind of terrifying. Any advice? Yeah, you start with something really small. I suggest Game Maker Studio, or yeah, Game Maker Studio. I think it's the program for starting, because that way you can get confident with writing logic, and it's not like um, it uses its own language, so it's not like a language that you will use in other areas, and for example for making apps or anything. It just works with GameMaker, but it's like a really good introduction to programming in general. Like you can get the basic concepts really great, and the more advanced concepts you can go over. They're not the most in depth, but you can go over them. And I think making the transition from GameMaker to any other language is easier. You know, when you know a little bit of how to write logic, and you are not no longer afraid of having to write stuff. Because I've seen a lot of artists that want to get in game development, or a lot of people that think that they need to know math to do game dev, to go with options that allow them to write, or well, make the logic for the games in blueprints or in blocks. But I think that it has its limits, its limitations. So I would suggest you start with game maker language, or well, a game maker studio. And I think that it's currently free. So I had to pay like $60 when I started to get the Steam version when I got it. So yeah, if you want to start, there are a lot of good resources on the internet, a lot of tutorials and all that stuff. And I hope you get this as a hobby, or maybe who knows. So yeah, that's my advice, Angel. That's my advice. Let me drink some water. By the way, is the audio good? I'm checking like every 3 seconds because, you know, first stream, I'm just figuring out stuff. Uh, okay. What were we doing? Oh, clamping. Yeah, we have to try if this works. Let's hope it works. Because I changed the integers for floating values. Let's see if it works. No, it doesn't. Focused. Okay, console. Let's see what these messages say. Okay. Yeah, it's not clumping. That's a problem. I don't know why it's not clumping. I think I'm using the. Oh, maybe it's because this is a return type, and I have to assign the value. Actually, assign the value to the one that I'm clumping. So maybe if I do this movement vector that x equal the value, I think this is going to get me a value. So I must get it and store it in a on the variable. Okay, movement vector dot y, and later I will clean this up if that that was a problem. I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, observer, take care. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, let's see if now it works. Kinda. Super slow, but I think it works. I'm not sure though. So let's see. It's getting to the position that we need, but it's like instead of I'm going to just create a new layer. Yeah, so instead of here's the instead of doing this, like this is the player and this is the enemy. Instead of doing this, it's like it's doing this. Like I don't know why. Really weird. But let's just simplify this first, because I know what was there or now, and we can we can clamp that back. Or no, I'm going just to let that as it is. Okay, movement vector. That's it. I think that we can simplify this. Turn this into just movement vector and movement vector. And quick fix. Okay. Now let's do another try. Yeah, it's happening. It's the same. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom and I will be back in some minutes. Okay. Okay, we are back. Yeah, we're back. So let's go back to the enemy movement script. And I think the why is it it's moving this way because I'm not using the direction. If I wanted to move it this way, I need to calculate other things first and use the direction. That the direction we can see. We can search the formula for the direction. Direction. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, but basically you can calculate the direction here by, okay, let's, is everything okay? Okay. We can get the direction by creating a new, I'm just going to try this to see if it works better, or rather than better is working as I want. Okay, so creating a new vector tree, there, direction, equal the player position minus transform that position. And we will use that as our translate again, and we that's what we had before. But before that, we're going to normalize it. So that's, I was trying to normalize it before, and it was almost the same as I was doing here, but I was just clumping the values instead of normalizing them. And I want to multiply this by the speed and time that delta time, and see, let's see if this works. And now this code is not doing anything, so I'm just using this and this. Okay, you're saying this? Yeah, okay. Let's put play and see what happens. Loading scripts. Okay, I think it's working now. It's super slow, but it's working. Yeah, and it's working, and it's we solved the two problems that we had before. The first one was that the velocity was really messed up. Like the further you were, the further it was from you, the closer, well, the faster it was. And the second problem was that of the way it moved like this. So now that we fixed those, we're going back to the code, and we are going to delete this, all of this, because we are no longer needing it. Instead of, yeah, I think we had, no. It's throwing me an error here because we didn't have the variable that we created before, but this is just a log, so I don't need it. And yeah, so to recapitulate, what we are doing here is getting the direction by getting the player position and subtracting it the current position of the enemy. And then we are normalizing it and passing it to the translate and multiplying the speed and time that delta time. Now that we have the movement, we are going to create new tasks on Notion. Yeah, so we are going to separate the enemy in well, not categories, but in parts. So we're going to put a to-do list here, movement, and attack player. We did the movement, and we have to make it attack the player. And what else do we need? Enemy spawner, yeah. We need something else that is damageable. Make it damageable. So it has self, and it can die when we shoot it the projectiles. Because otherwise it would be too unfair. You can get rid of it. Okay, attack the player and damageable. But before we continue, I'm going to save this to our GitHub. So what we did now is the enemy or enemies movement. Enemy movement gets follows the player or gets to the player position. We're going to commit and push. Now we are going to make it attack the player. Yeah. So I need some things. Like I said before, way before, like maybe at the beginning of the stream, or well, when we were making the projectiles, I said I'm going to use the rigid body on the enemy, so that way it can detect the collisions, and I don't have more like a rigid body for the enemy and another for the projectile. That way I can save some resources, even though the game is super optimized because it doesn't have any graphics or anything, but it's just a good practice. Okay, let's just add rigid body, and we are working on 2D, so it's a rigid body 2D, and we are going to change some things on this component of rigid body, because I don't want it to have gravity, so we're going to put that 0. Constraints, I don't want it to rotate on set, so I'm going to freeze that as well. And what else? I think that will do it for now. Yes. So yeah, back to my normal camera. Oh, and I think the Notion part is not displaying correctly. No. Yeah, now it should be working. Yes. Okay. What are we doing? Yeah, the enemy. We need to add some functionality to the enemy. We will need a collider too for the enemy. That way it can detect when it's over something or touching something. So I'm going to put for now a circle collider, even though this is not a circle. And the area of this is going to be this. Maybe I can do it a little bit bigger, so it's easier. No, I think I'm just going to stick with the default. Yeah, so we have the components that we need, and we are going to write the logic for it getting damaged, or well, for damaging the player rather. So for that, we're going to need to alter the player, and we're going to create a new script for the player that I'm going to just call player. And that component is going to be responsible for managing the player health and all that stuff. because I have we currently have 3 scripts for the player now. One is the player, that's the one I created right now. We have the player controller and the player shooting. That way we can fix stuff faster, or it's easier to see where the problem is. Okay, now we will need something. I will implement an interface before this. I will call this interface iDamageable. So any any game object or anything that can get damaged, it's going to implement that interface. And basically, if you don't know what an interface is basically some code that tells the other scripts that you implemented into that you need some variables and some functions for it to work, and you will see how it works now. Okay, we have player and interfaces. Yeah, I'm going to create a new interface named iDamageable. Okay, damageable. And this is interface. Yeah, I'm going to change this. This is no longer a class. This is an interface. And I want to have public for, okay, we are now going to set the variables that will be needed as a minimum for the ability to get damaged. So what we need is health, because otherwise you won't know when you are eliminated, you know. So I'm going to declare that public int. I'm going to put int, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 in no decimals. Public int, and I'm going to call this health, and I'm going to put this on get. Yeah, and private set. Or I'm not sure if I can do that with. Yeah, protected set. So it can be accessed publicly. And what else do we need? We need a damage function. Public void receive damage. It's a appropriate name. And I think I can specify here, yeah, int damage to receive. I'm not sure if I'm writing this correctly. I'm going to check this. Receive. Yeah, receive. Okay. Okay, damage to receive. Yeah, so we have that. What else would we need? Maybe a die function. Like what happens when you receive damage? Another function should be called like what happens when your health gets lower than 0. That's the action that will happen when you die. Or eliminate. So YouTube doesn't cry. Eliminate. I'm not actually sure if YouTube or any other platforms have a problem with me saying like die, but just say I'm just going to die. Something bad happens. It's all your fault. Okay. Public void die. Yeah. And I'm going to do the same. No, this is a function, so I need it to be just like this. And then when we have the player that can be damaged, I'm going to put a comma and I damageable. And now an error appears because player does not implement interface member. So I'm going to put quick fix implement interface. And it's going to implement those functions that now are obligatory. Like you can't, you can not have this script without those functions or it won't work because I implemented that interface. Implement all members explicitly. Okay. Let me just clean this. And get protected. What's the problem? Protected is not valid for this item. Well, it's set. So yeah, that would be. Yeah, I'm going to put this on public because I want the accessibility item to access more restricted than the property of the indexer. Okay, yeah, what I'm going to do is just leave this as it is. And I'm going to create another function that's going to be necessary. That is void get health. In case I want to check the health from other scripts, you know, because I don't want other scripts to be able to change the value of the health, but I do want other scripts to be able to read that value. Hola, how do you doing? I'm pretty good. How about you? Código 100 Cera. Okay. I don't know when you sent that message. I hope I didn't make you wait too long. Okay, yeah. So we have die, get health, receive damage, and health. And we are going to implement here the one that is missing. That is the last function. Public void get health. Get health. So that way it doesn't throw me any errors. And now that I have that, I will assign value to this. So I'm going to create a new variable that is called private int max health. So that way, when I have a max health that I can assign at the beginning of the match, or in case that I want to make a regeneration of health at any point, I can alter what's the max health so it doesn't get over it or anything. Yeah, so at the void start, the beginning of the scene, I'm going to make the health right damageable. Do I have to call this every time? Equal max health. There's a problem here. Maybe I didn't implement this correctly, or I'm doing something wrong? Maybe. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. See, if I delete this, I'm committing a crime. No, but I'm getting some errors. Uh, 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 uh. Let's see. Mm-mm-mm. Get unprotected set. I will just change the public or private in this one. Protected. I will make it protected. Get set. It has an error. What's the error? Cannot specify accessibility modified for both accessory of the product. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this as default. Maybe that will fix it. Private set. Okay. There's something wrong. I'm getting it. Okay. I think that I've done that in a previous project. I'm going to just copy myself real quick. Here maybe. Let's see. An interface, because I've done this interface like a million times and I don't know. But I forgot. Just not setting. Just get. And it works now. Yeah, I think that I was doing some really dumb stuff. But now it's working. So yeah, we want to assign the health at the start of the match or the start of the scene. When the scene gets loaded, the max health. So yeah, I'm going to delete this. Oh, there's an error. Oh. And I forgot to put this back. Okay, so I'm going to put the Notion back. Let me search this. Here it is. Now get in private set. Maybe. I don't know why it's not working. Really? I don't have any idea of why it's not working. Maybe I just put it here like this. Or maybe it's because I forgot to put public here. That was the problem. Okay, but now that we have this without errors, we can do this again. Okay, health, max health, and receive damage. What I want to do when I receive damage, I want to, let's first assign a max health of 10 first, so I can try. And when I get damaged, I want to health minus, like I'm going to subtract health, damage to receive. And then after that, I'm going to check if health is minus or equal to 0. And what am I going to do then? I'm going to say die. And if not, what I want to do. I think that I just want to I, I, I I just want to send a message when I get damage. Damage dealt, and I'm going to put a message with the number damage to receive. To receive. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm going to see here. See here. Yeah, we don't have the script assigned to the player right now, so that's what I'm going to make. Nothing should happen because the enemies can't deal the damage yet, so we have to make that first. Let's check. Yeah, so here's the enemy. We want to access. We have a rigid body on here, so we can say like on trigger enter, trigger enter, wait, on trigger enter. Okay, yeah, and collider other, and we are in 2D, so on trigger enter 2D, and collider 2D other. So now we have to see in the player if we have a collider. I'm not sure if you have a collider. Yeah, we need a collider on the player because there must be a collider for each object that is going to collide with each other, so they know their bounds. And I'm going to put a circle collider again. I think I like that. Okay, let's center to there, and the shape is that shape. And I think I'm going to do it a little bit shorter. Oh, smaller, sorry. So that way it's more forgiving. Okay, we have a collider here. And we have a collider on the enemy. And the collider on the enemy is going to be a trigger. You can see here, I'm going to mark this as a trigger here. And now we can use this function because this function on trigger enter only works when your collider is set to trigger. So that way it doesn't collide with objects, but actually registers what object gets inside it. And I'm going to do a quick test to see if let's first assign this player a tag. And I'm going to put this player tag. Okay, so now I can go to the script and say if other, I'm referring to the collider 2D, that compare tag, and the tag I want to check is player. Okay, if a collider of the tag player gets inside this collider, I'm going to do this. Debug deadlock detected player. And I'm going to put these two. Sorry, this. T and I'm going to put that time. So that way I can get a random message in case it registers double. Let's see. Let's wait until it gets there. We can fire, but nothing happened yet. Okay, detected player. It's working. And okay, what are we going to do now? Uh, uh, uh. Yeah, so now that we detect the player, I want to do something. I want the enemy to damage the player and destroy itself, so it can't damage the player anymore. And I'm doing that in this way. So first, I'm going to order that get component, or sorry, first player. I need a player script p equal order that get component, and the type of the component is player, the same as the script. And if in case I'm just null checking, if p it's not null, in case something happens and I can get the script. Uh, the way this works is that, for example, if two enemies come at a time and are trying to get for example, two players, sorry, two enemies attack the player, and some one of those enemies destroys the player, the other is still going to try and get the player script. The thing is that script doesn't exist anymore, and it's going to get a null exception. So this way, I'm getting null checked, and it's not going to trigger an error. But because if it's null, if it doesn't exist, it's not going to do anything. Okay, so if it's not null, I'm going to grab p and say receive damage. And I have to have another variable that is called serialized field. Let's see, private int damage. And I'm going to set this as 1 for now. So I can pass this value to the function, and it's going to apply the damage to the player based on the number that is here. Yeah, so after that, I want to destroy myself. Sorry, as I'm talking as the enemy. So I want to destroy. I want the enemy to destroy itself. Okay, so now I destroy that game object, and that should work. I'm going to go to the. I think I can see this variable on the inspector. Let's just see. No, I can't see that. But I can apply this debug mode, and then I can see that. Okay, now the enemy should go towards the player, and it should damage the player. Okay, so I'm going to just put this on full screen, or well, not full screen, but bigger, and wait till the enemy gets to the player, and it should destroy itself. Yeah, it works. And now you see here in the console, you can see damage dealt. Maybe you can read it, but it says damage dealt 1. And I can check the player, and in here you can see that the health, it's now 9 instead of 10. So yeah, it discounted one of HP. Yeah. Let me hydrate. How's the stream going? Everything okay? Okay, and now enemies. They attack the player now. And I'm going to put my GitHub. And say, okay, the title of this commit is player or enemy damage player can receive damage from get damage. And I'm going to do another thing before I push that commit or before I commit it. It's that I'm going to go back to my script and say here on die, for now I just want to destroy this that game object. So that way the player can get destroyed when it gets attacked too much. And I'm going to turn the enemy into a prefab. That way I can spawn it later. So yeah, prefabs here, and yeah. Now we can commit this. No get damaged. Okay, commit to main and push to origin. And back to Notion, enemies, we have this done. And I want the players, or sorry, the enemies, to be, to take damage when the bullets gets to them, or the projectile gets to them. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go to my projectile prefab. I'm going to assign a tag. I'm going to create a new tag. You can see that. I'm going to put myself out of the way. Yeah, I'm going to create a new tag, and I'm going to create a tag called projectile. That way I can identify the projectile easier. And tag, let's put this tag on the projectile. And now that we have the projectile tagged, we are going to go back to the enemy, go snap back to reality. Okay, here if other that compare tag, same thing that we did with the player, but now if it is a projectile, I want to do something. What do I want to do? I want to first, I'm going to implement the interface iDamageable. Same we did with the player, and quick fix implement interface. Yeah, the same way. The private set. Okay. First, get private set. Okay. Now I want to get rid of this and this. Maybe we won't need a get health, but I'll delete it later if we don't need it. Okay, receive damage. Yeah, I'm going to delete this too. Okay. Okay, now when the projectile gets to the enemy, I want to receive damage. Receive damage, and how much damage should I receive? We could do. I could specify how much damage a projectile does in the projectile script. I don't know if it's the best thing, the best way to do this, but it will do. Like, it will work, so we can change it later. Okay, so now a new variable for the projectiles, serialized field. I want to be able to change that on the inspector, and the variable is damage. And I'm going to put a function here that public, so anyone can access, any script can access it. It returns something. It returns an int, and it's called get damage. And I want to just return damage. So now I want to receive damage. Yeah, I need to put a value here, and the value that I'm going to put here is I have to get it from the other. First, I'm going to put projectile. Yeah, p equal other at get component. The component that I need is a projectile component, and I need to receive the damage. Here I'm going to put p. Sorry, I'm first going to null check if p is not null, just in case it already destroyed. I'm going to receive damage p dot get damage. And in the projectile, I'm going to put this value as 1 for now, or yeah, a 1. And I'm going to, I need a max health on the enemy. That way we know we can assign more than 1 health to it. Okay, damage, speed, position. Yeah, max health. Private int max health equal 10. Or no, I want to equal, yeah, 2. That way you can kill the enemy with 2. Oh, sorry, I forgot to put the camera. Yeah, so that way you can kill the enemy with 2 bullets or 2 projectiles. Yeah, max health, projectile does 1 damage. And at the start, right now, I need to assign when an enemy spawns, or when it gets, yeah, spawn, the health is going to equal max health. Okay, now if it's receive damage, okay, receive damage, what it will going to do? Here I'm going to do basically the same that we did with the player, and we are going to subtract damage to receive. And we're going to do basically the same. We're going to put damage. We're going to check if health is minus or equal 0, die. Die. And die is just destroying this .game object instantly. I think that with that we are already ready to try this, and it should I should be able to just fire and destroy the enemies. But the enemies are I have 2 options: make the enemy, well, sorry, make the player rotate faster. That I think that's what I'm going to do, or make the enemy slower. Or maybe I could do both, and then when I get to balancing, I can change those things. Yeah, and I'm going to put in Notion. I like to create in Notion task called balancing at the beginning of a project, and I always put it at the list, like the task that I have to do when I finish the last task, basically. Yeah, so I'll put it at last, and I feel this every time every time I find something that I have to tune, like any value that I have to tune, I put it here. So basically, when I finish doing the project or the main functionality, I come here and balance all these things. So the player rotation, and maybe I will change some other things that will make the this balancing not necessary, but still. Player rotation, enemy speed, speed, a projectile, projectile speed, 2, projectile damage, enemy damage, player health, basically all the important stuff for balancing in the game. Enemy damage, and what else do we need? Yeah, enemy speed. Yeah, we already have the enemy speed. Okay. So I'm going to minimize this, and let's see. Great movement, vector 3. Okay, what do I want to do? I forgot. What are we doing? Here you can see we are doing the enemies, and we are doing it damageable. Okay, so yeah, we have the functionality, supposedly. We have the functionality. So we are trying and seeing if it works. I'm so bad. Yeah, it works. I think I'm going to just make this player rotate faster. Like, I don't know, maybe 180. So it's like 2 rotations, or sorry, 1 rotation every 2 seconds, I think. Yeah, that's working. So we can check this. Done. And we're going back to the GitHub and put here enemies are damageable. Or sorry, what was the last commit? Enemies damage player, yeah. And the things that we did here were attack the player, yeah, and damage. Okay. So I want to put in the title of this, enemies can get damaged by projectiles. Enemies can get damaged and destroyed by projectiles. Commit to main, switch to origin. Let me hydrate myself. Okay. Let's continue. Now we need enemy spawner. So remember the drawing that I did before? It's in this layer? No. Here. No. Yeah, here. So Yeah, I'm grabbing the borders of the screen and I'm spawning. Basically, enemies all around it. Super basic. I don't think it's going to be that complex for now. And yeah, I think this is the last task that we wrote for the basic functionality of the game. I I think we have 10 days. We've only spent like 3 hours or something. I don't know how much time I've been streaming. Yeah, like 3 hours and a half. And we already have the core functionality, so that's pretty awesome. I don't know what I'm going to do with the other 8 days or something, but we'll see. We'll see. Because maybe I'm getting too confident and I'm not sure about what I'm talking. What I'm talking about. Okay. Enemies spawner. It doesn't need a description. Let's just let it be. I'm going to fill some other tasks before, because yeah, we need some other things like player graphics, art, projectiles graphics. I don't know if there will be other projectiles, or maybe just put player graphics for now, and later we will see, because because we have time to make this, so I could. Tadeo, hey, you came back. So yeah, I'm going to show what we just did, in case you couldn't see. So we have now the rotation of the player. You know, we can fire. Sorry, I'm going to put this on full screen so you can see it right now. Sorry, it's loading. It's compiling. Why is it taking so long? I hope it doesn't crash. That would be so sad. Well, I still have the versions on GitHub, but it's always bad when it crashes. Even though it's bad when it crashes, I haven't had any problems with crashing ever. I've seen other people have crashing issues with their game engines. I haven't. Okay, I don't know why it's taking so long, but okay. Yeah, basically what we have right now is the enemy is moving towards the player, and it's working just right. The enemy, if it gets too close to the player, you know, when it gets over it, it will attack it. It will subtract health from the player, and it will destruct. The enemy will self-destruct. Okay, and the projectiles that the player fires now can damage the enemy and actually destroy it. So that's what we have right now. And as you can see, it's not loading. I don't know why. Should I Alt F4? So I don't think I'm going to lose a lot of progress here, because we don't have any changes here. I just did a commit, so it should be fine. Yeah, I think I'm going to just task manager. I'm going to be open Unity Hub. And I'm going to Unity Editor and task. Not the best way to do it, but I have my backups on GitHub, so it's okay. Game in 10 days. Okay. So yeah, that's what we have, and what we're going to be doing now, as you can see below my face, is the enemy spawner. So the drawing that we did before, here, spawning enemies outside the camera, so you can see where they spawn. but basically coming from everywhere. Yeah. So I'm going to just show you what we have at this point. Yeah, the enemy gets close and it can attack me, and I'm so bad at this game. Okay, but yeah, you see, you can destroy it now. Okay. Let's minimize this. And now we are going to create a new empty object. That is an enemy spawner. Spawner. Okay. We're going to delete from the scene the enemy. We are going to open the prefabs. I think I'm going to make the enemy a little bit, I don't know. It's like, I think it's too big compared to the turret, but maybe I should make the projectiles. Yeah, I'm going to. Sorry if I get mid sentence, like I don't finish my sentences. Yeah. So basically, I'm going to shrink the enemy down, but I'm going to increase the scale on the projectiles. So that way you can shoot them all right, but they are still not like gigantic enemies. And yeah, it shouldn't have, nothing should happen now. Like, yeah, that's just a change on scale. And there's a problem. Like, you can see here that these are all the projectiles instances that never get destroyed. So I need to destroy them because they, for example, if you you play the game for an hour and you're shooting and shooting and shooting, these projectiles are never gonna stop consuming your resources, so I must delete them. Yeah, I'm going to do that now before moving on to the spawner. So this is really easy, just a serialized field. I'm going to call this float. Float lifetime, and they will last 1.5 seconds maybe. Yeah, that's after 1.5 seconds they will be destroyed, because on by start I'm going to destroy them. Destroy this game object in lifetime. And now if we fire, you can see here, if we fire, yeah, they get they accumulate, but they destroy on their own. Yeah. So moving on to the enemy spawner. Yeah, we have a new empty object here, and we are going to create a new script. There are my scripts. New script. Enemy spawner. Enemy spawner. And we're going to assign this script. Let it load. Let it load. This script to the enemy spawner. So now here's the functionality for the enemy spawner. The first thing that we need for spawning the enemies is the actual prefab of the enemies. Game object. Enemy prefab. And then we will need a position. So I'm going to create another variable, vector 2, because we are working in 2D. So there are some things I put in three dimensions that I'm not sure I needed to be in 3 dimensions. Yeah, like this. projectile doesn't need that. And where I think I put another vector tree somewhere. Well, it doesn't matter at all. So yeah. Okay, need a position. So vector 2 spawn position. Private vector 2 spawn position. Why is it throwing an error? Vector 2 is ambiguous. Okay. I don't know why it adds libraries to my, right? Like the IntelliSense, the auto completion, it's always adding libraries that I don't need. Okay, we have the spawn position, the enemy prefab, and we will need a timer for this because we don't want the enemy spawning like every second. We want them to have like a timer, you know. So we are going to do that first. We first are going to debug, like show a message on console when the spawning should be happening, and then we will change it so they actually spawn. Okay, we will need a timer. So a timer, I can use a float timer, or I'm going to name this spawn timer. That way is clear what this does. And void update. Spawn timer. And I want to basically on start. Okay, spawn timer. And I need another variable that is going to control delay. Float spawn delay. And I will use just 1 second for now. So spawn timer equal time plus spawn delay. And if spawn timer is minus or equal to time spawn timer it's less or equal to time, we are going to debug that log spawn, and we are going to reset the timer. And the way we do that is by telling the timer, spawn timer, that now its value is time plus the spawn delay. If you don't get why this works, or well, we'll try it first, because I didn't try it, but I'm almost sure that it's going to work. Yeah, we need a prefab. We are not actually using it yet because the spawning is not in place. We're testing the timer now. But yeah, here, yeah, you can see it's sending messages 5, 6, 7 spawn. So yeah, it's working. And the way this works is if you don't get it, is I'm getting a timer, and basically it's starting 0. But at the start of the game, I say, hey, your values now is the time. For example, just say 1. For example, is the time plus the spawn delay that is 1 to yeah, it's 1. So 1 plus 1 equal 2. And on update, every second I'm asking it if the spawn timer that now equals 2, it's minus or equal to the time, I am going to do something that is spawning. So when I spawn, I reset the timer to be the time plus the delay. So that way, when I reset, the way I reset is that it's the time plus the delay, so it's always a little bit bigger. But when it gets less than the time, it will run the operation again, or the functionality again. Okay, we have that. Now we need to, instead of debugging or say sending to the console that message of spawn, actually spawning something. So for now, I'm just going to instantiate the same way we did with the projectiles. Instantiate enemy prefab. Where's the spawn position? For now, I'm just going to let it as it is. And what is the rotation? Quaternion, that identity, that's the default rotation of the object. So now every time it should, every time it should spawn another enemy. Serialized field, yeah. For now, we haven't actually made the logic that is going to find different places on the map, or well, not on the map, like the borders, like outside the map, to spawn the enemies from. We are just going to hard code a position just to test, and then later we're going to do that functionality of randomizing the spawning point. But for now, it's just for testing, so it's okay. Okay, I'm going to put the spawn position on -1, or here. Oh, sorry. I'm going to put the spawn position on, let's say, 3. And you'll not be able to see on the game, but because it will spawn outside the borders. Maybe. Yeah, so it spawns. Yeah, they're spawning. Yeah, the thing is now they're spawning and they work. Everything's great, but they need to spawn from different locations. Okay. Let's get back to the code. Okay, instantiate. Yeah, we're spawning it. The thing that we need to do is, before spawning, we need to find a new position. The way I'm thinking of doing this is by having like borders. Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, here it is. The way I'm going to do this is by having borders and specify. Maybe I just have to draw it. Yeah, these borders. So I'm going to grab these positions, like the farthest to the left and the farthest to the right, and I'm going to just put a random position on from where to spawn it. And I'm going to do the same with the Y positions, but instead of saying like, well, you'll see. Like if it's going to spawn from the side, at first I'm going to make it pick side, and if it's spawned from the side or if it's spawned from the top, it's going to be a little bit different. But if it's spawned from the side, I'm going to do the same, but barring the Y instead of the X, because the X, I always, if it's spawning from the side, I always want to be the X like farther, so you can see it. Yeah, let's do this. Now, what will we need? We will need 2 values that we are going to be assigning from the inspector. Field, serialized field, private, and they're going to be floats. I could use a vector here to store 2 float values, but I still want to have them separated. So I'm going to put horizontal space. I could call like horizontal length, horizontal map length. And another one that is build private float vertical map length. Yeah, so I'm going to assign those on the inspector. And the way I want it to work is by let's do it really dirty and simple now, and we'll see if we can make it better after. So first I'm going to check okay, I'm going to make it pick a number, int rand equal random at range 0 and 5. So it's a number between oh, I need just 4. Yeah, it's a number between 0 and 3. So 4 numbers. And based on that, I'm going to okay, if it's 0 rand, it's okay, yeah, if it's 0 or 1, I want to spawn from up or down. And if it's the other numbers like 2 and 3, I want to spawn from each side. So what I'm going to do is if rand it's I'm going to just do a switch. I don't want to put an if switch. I can change this later, so not something to worry. Okay, rand in case 0 break I'm going to just copy this. Okay, 1 2 3. Okay, in the first case I need to find, let's just say here we'll change the color. We're going to use 0. I don't know why I can't. Okay, here. Yeah, 0 here. This is going to be 1, and this is going to be 2, and this is going to be 3. So the case 0. What do I want to do? I want to y must be let's see. Y must be in case 0. I'm going to delete this later, but I'm going to create a new layer. Okay, with yellow. Okay, if I want this to be 0 spawning here, I need to find the half of the length from 0 plus something, like give it like it doesn't spawn just at the border, you know. So this is half the length. And what else do I need? Find half the length and add it to it, so it gets to this position. And now with what do I need to do with the x? Yeah, just the length vary within this and this. So let's do the first part. First thing first. Okay, now 0. We are going to find this. We're going to create a new vector. No, we can actually assign it from the. spawn position vector. Yeah, spawn position that y equal vertical map length. That's the thing I drew here. Divided by 2, because we need half of it, plus offset. I'm going to create another variable that's name is I'm going to put a serialize field private float spawn offset, and I'm going to assign this a value of 1 for now, and I'm going to add this to offset. Yeah, I'm going to add to spawn position that y is offset, spawn offset, and now we already have that. So the enemy should be here now. And what we want to do now is pick, instead of just here, it should be anywhere from the furthest to the left to the furthest to the right. So the way we do that is by picking a random number. So yeah, spawn position that x equal yeah, so if I need to find the half, I need to find half of it. So sorry if I don't explain myself well. I will explain myself when I finish writing this line. Random.range, and I need the horizontal map length divided by 2. This is the minimum, and this should be multiplied by -1. So that way I get the same value, but with a minus, like minus the. You get me? And the other range is horizontal map length divided by 2. This should work. Now I'm going to just set this rand to 0, because nothing will happen if it gets to the other ones. So I will just put hardcoded 0 here. Yeah, it's not working. But why? It's because I didn't set the horizontal nor the vertical map length. But before setting it, I need to go to the bathroom again, because I'm drinking. This is about the side of my head. I'm drinking this. I had this at this point at the beginning of the stream, and I almost set it like down. So I'll see you in a minute, in a few minutes. I'm back. Okay, what were you doing? Let's check here. It's enemy spawner. Okay, yeah. We're doing an enemy spawner. Yeah, I'm testing here. How do we get the horizontal and vertical? We could get the screen length, like the width and height, and according to that, we could do the calculations. Yeah, we will do that. Okay, let's go to here. But first, before making that, I want to make sure that it's going to work as I want. Horizontal map length. Let's say in the start, horizontal map length, we can see the value of that in the inspector because we have it as a serialized field. Okay, horizontal map length is equal to screen that width. That's the horizontal map length. And the vertical map length equal screen that height. And we'll see what happens. Okay, let's see if this is okay. Now it's on 0. When I press play, it should be different. Yeah. So yeah, the enemies are spawning, but I don't know where they are spawning. Oh, okay. The enemies are really, really far away. Yeah, they are really, really far away. Because the screen, when you get this value, is pixels of your screen. You know how many pixels is the game running on, and I'm assigning that pixels to. I'm assigning the pixels to units. That's a meter. So I'm saying like if the screen's width it's 800, I'm saying like the total length of it's 800 meters, and the actual length of this is like I don't know, but less than that. Okay, let's see. How can we know that? I can do like a rough calculation of how of the length of this. I could this is a 1x1. Okay, sorry. This is a 1x1 our player is 1x1 units. So if we expand our player it's 5x5 units. So if we expand it, we should know more or less how many units it is. Let's put 14 for now, and let's test. Horizontal map length, I'm going to put 14, and vertical map length, let's just say 8. There should be a way, and there must be a way of knowing how much it is in length, but my brain is fried. I've been talking for 4 hours and 10 minutes. Okay, kinda working. Like they should spawn they just spawn upper, like the vertical it's not spot on, and yeah, the horizontal it's not spot on neither. yeah. So let's change these values a little bit. And let's try again. Yeah, now I think it's a little bit better. At least I think we nailed the vertical, but I don't think we nailed the horizontal. Yeah, for now it's working. And yeah, horizontal, I'm going to increase it 4 units maybe. Well, if this is 12 and we nailed it, and it's 16 by 9, it doesn't matter. Just let's try some values. I don't want to do maths. My brain's fried. Well, as always. Okay. Now let's see if it's a little bit better. I think we still could use some more space from like horizontal, like maybe 1 or 2 units more. Yeah. So I'm hard coding it to 27. And what I'm doing here, yeah. Okay, so this is working. Now we are not going to use the rand 0 anymore because we want this to be 0, 1, 2, or 3, and not just 0. So the next case, as we drew before, it's the same thing. Now it's just inverting instead of adding this to the enemy spawn point position, we're subtracting it, and the x should stay the same. So I'm just going to copy this here, copy and paste. And the spawn position now, instead of we're just going to grab all of this and multiply by -1. And this should stay the same. And let's test it. For now, it's not going to do anything when... oh, what's that? Oh yeah, when the values, when the random value it's not 0 or 1, it's going to just remain the position because it's not doing anything. It's going to stay in that position. Okay, for now, I think it's working. The enemies are going to are not going to stop spawning because we haven't told them to. But I think they're working. Yeah, they're working. And the next cases here, I want to... Okay, let's see which one it is. Here. So what we need to to calculate. It's calculate a word. I'm not sure. Calculate. Yeah, it's a word. Okay. So yeah, we need to find half of this. I'm going to delete this now, or maybe just erase it. And I'm going to draw this again. Okay, so we have, this is the half. Oh, what happened? This is the half here. And we want to get, sorry, this is the whole horizontal length. we want to get half plus, or well, minus here, some offset that we already have. And we want to randomize from here to here. So basically, it's basically the same, but inverting the x and the y. So for the, I don't know why I did the y first, but I'm going to stick with that. Spawn position, that y, it's equal to random.range, and it's I think I can just copy this, like it's the same, but instead of x, now it's y. Instead of horizontal, now it's vertical. Vertical equal, yeah. And that's the same behavior here. The difference is that on the spawn position on the x, this vector that is x and y, the spawn position at x is going to be equal to what we said here. We have to grab half, well, minus half minus offset. So this is going to be the horizontal map length divided by 2 times minus 1. I want it to be negative minus 1 offset. And here on 3, I need the same, but I want the positive values. So it's instead of this, you know, I grab this because now I'm now it's positive. So that translates to this. Spawn position that x equals the horizontal map length divided by 2, and I'm going to delete this, so it's now positive, and I'm going to transform this negative to a positive, and this should be like all the behavior. Well, for now, we'll see how this enemy spawner evolves. Okay, see, the enemies are spawning. They are coming from top, bottom, from the left. Oh, sorry, for the right, from the right. From the left, yeah, this is working. The thing is, it's like, I think we should have more time between the spawning of the enemies, because it's kind of difficult to shoot them, and the player shouldn't, or well, you shouldn't be able to fire when you want. Like, you should have a cooldown that you have to wait a minimum of time before shooting again. So you have to calculate your shots more, and it's a little bit more difficult and challenging. So we are going to first, we're going to change that on the enemy spawner, so they don't spawn. We're changing the spawn delay from 1 to maybe 2.5. We'll see. And that's something that we need to balance. So I'm going to write it in here, balancing, spawning delay, and shooting cooldown. That it's not yet implemented, but we're going to implement it, so yeah. Yeah, enemy spawner, we have it. We are checking this. Okay, and we are going to commit this to GitHub. Okay, the title for this is enemy spawner. Enemy spawner. Enemy spawner. Spawner that spawns enemies. Enemies from every side of the map or screen. Okay, commit to main and push to origin. Okay, what's next? Enemy spawner. Done. Yeah, done. Player graphics, not now. Like now I'm going to do a player cooldown, player shooting cooldown. That should be really easy to implement. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Really difficult to speak for such a long time. I wanted to make like 5 streams a week. Some of them like lasting 5 hours, like the one from today. But I wanted to make some that last like 9 hours, and I'm not sure that's going to work because it's my voice is already suffering the consequences of speaking for 4 hours and a half. But we'll see. Because what I could do is like maybe stream on Sundays too. Sorry, on Saturdays too. But on Saturday I'm editing, so I will see. I will see. Okay. Where were we? Player shooting cooldown. Let's go to the player. Player here. Player shooting. And I'm going to add a delay. I'm going to put serializable, serialized field, private, float, shooting cooldown. And I'm gonna make it 0.2, 0.2 seconds. And I'm going to yeah, I'm going to make that if you press the space key and shooting cooldown. Sorry, I need a shooting timer too. Private float shooting timer, and on voice start I'm going to change shooting timer to time the time plus shooting cooldown. And now the shooting cooldown, no, I need to check if the shooting timer is less or equal than time, then we can fire. Time the time. And when we fire, we're not just going to spawn the the projectile, but we're also going to reset the timer. So the shooting timer now it's equal to time that time plus the shooting cooldown, and it should work. Let's just check. Now I'm going to press a lot of times, and it's not going to let me fire repeatedly. Yeah, I have a minimum cooldown. I'm smashing my my space key, and it doesn't come any faster. So yeah, you have now to really think about where you should. And I think I'm going to go to the enemy. Sorry, the enemy, yeah. And I'm going to change. Oh, I can change their max health here. But I will go back to the enemy. I will serialize this. And I will change this one. So their max health now is 1. Maybe I later introduce more enemies. So that's when that variable will come in handy. So I can make different enemies that have more health and are less a little bit slower, something like that. Okay, yeah, we already did this. So we're passing this task to done, and we are going to push another commit. This is player shooting description. The player now must wait a little bit to shoot again. And commit. Push to origin. And I think we have half an hour left. We could just make the player graphic like, maybe it's going to be like not the definitive, like it's going to be just a placeholder. So I have something better looking, and maybe I will do the placeholder for the enemies too. So I'm going to do placeholder graphics. Placeholder. Oh, no. I'm actually going to do this in 3D. I'm changing this thing. I'm going to do this in 3D. It's way more fun. Turn prototype to 3D. Yeah, so we're changing all we have now in 2D to a 3D view. Turn prototype 3D, and it's going to be about programming, art, not now, but yeah, turn prototype to 3D. So we're starting with the player. Now the player needs a model. So I'm going to just where is it? Player, it's here. I think I should change this from, like, what I have now is I'm going to just put this all invisible, and what I have now is, let me create a new layer. Okay. So we have this. This is the game view. And here is our player that is massive. Okay, so we have this now. But if I do this on 3D, if I make this 3D, I will have to change I will have to change the perspective to be on this plane. So it's like the player, instead of being there, should be on this perspective. No? I chose the wrong color to do this. Yeah, but you get it. Instead of being there, it should be here. Because the way I'm calculating all the stuff, I think maybe I should just try to make it before saying random stuff. We're going to create a 3D object. We're going to make a cube. Yes. So now instead of looking at here, instead of looking here, we're going to be looking like this. Because that's the actual top-down view of a 3D scene. So yeah, let's minimize this. And this cube, it's 1 by 1. Yeah. We're going to have to pull the camera back, like way back, and make the recalculate the horizontal and vertical map length. Yeah, but that's not a problem, or maybe not. We don't have to scale it. We had the cube too close to the camera, so it appeared like it was so big, but it's actually not that big. That's what you said. Oh yeah. Let's make this cube have some sort of visualizer. Player. Let's change this cube to player. Player cube. And let's give it another cube. We'll make another 3D object. We'll make cylinder that I'm going to scale down. Sorry, not that much. This way. 90. 0.7. 0.25. It's okay. I think 0.25. 0.25. And I'm going to put this here. Or I'm actually going to make it a little bit bigger. Remember, it's just a placeholder. It's not going to be that ugly. Not that my 3D modeling skills are any better than this, but it's a little bit better. Okay. I don't know why I can't see the main camera. Okay, yeah. We have to change the camera because we have the camera here. And we need the camera. I don't know why my gizmos are turned off. Now you can see the camera. Instead of looking from here, we are going to say, hey, put this on 90 degrees. Sorry, not rotation, but not that rotation, but X, on X. Yeah. So now we're going to put it like here, maybe like here. Yeah, so we want to be 0, 0, so really centered on screen, and pull this back. 10 seems good. Yeah, 10 seems good. I'm not sure we will actually complete this before the stream finishes, but if we can't on time, we will leave it for the next stream. And we have done like a lot of progress in just one day. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the other days. But let's not speak too fast, because I've said that with any other project, and I always have to give myself more time. Okay, player cube we have here. And we're going to delete. Yeah, we're going to delete the player that we had before. And we're going to put the script again. All the scripts. Okay, so we have a box collider. What else do we need it? Yeah, needed the player script, the player controller. That's just the rotation, the player shooting, and that's it, I think. Or are we using the player controller? Yeah, right? Yes, we're using it. Okay, so now rotation vector. Let's open the player controller again. And the rotation vector that back times rotation speed times delta time. Vector that back. Let's see what happens now. I don't think it's going to work. I think I need to change the axis and which the rotation is being applied, and it's not working. Okay, player cube, projectile prefab. Oh, because I forgot to add the rotation speed. Yeah, it shouldn't work that way. But in which direction should it rotate? I think it should rotate on the Y. Yeah, if we rotate on the Y, it's going to be the same behavior as we had before, but just from the perspective that we have now. So instead of back, I need another here. Scripting API vector 3. We need some vector that is on the Y, and only on the Y, up. Instead of back, put up. Let's try that. And let me assign the rotation speed. Yeah, it works. I love the 3D. I love 3D. The other thing didn't look good. This doesn't look good either, but it's 3D, you know? Okay. Now turn the prototype to 3D. So we have the player turn into a 3D object, but the player still can't fire the projectiles. So yeah, there are other things that we need to change, but just let's just focus on the projectiles for now. I'm going to create an empty object now that I'm going to call projectile spawn position. Spawn plus. And I'm going to put that here. Like right at the end of where this placeholder barrel is. Okay. Now, what do I have to do? The projectile. Okay, so let's turn this projectile into. Let's remove the sprite renderer 2D. Remove the circle collider, and we're going to put a mesh filter. Type of the mesh is a sphere, and the mesh renderer. The materials doesn't have any material, that's why it's looking funky. Just default material, I think. Default diffuse, maybe. Let's just check what material is my cube using. Yeah, it's using lit. I'm going to use change that real quick. On the projectile, lit. Oh, sorry, not the mesh filter, but the material. Lit. It's not there. But it's here. Yeah. Okay. And for now, we're going to leave it just gray, but we'll change that maybe tomorrow. Okay, projectile. And we will add some other things like the collider. We are working on 3D space now, so we will need a sphere instead of a circle. And is this trigger? I don't think it's trigger, right? Let me check the projectile script. No, it's not trigger. What's trigger is the enemy. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go. Let's see if this works now. I don't think it's going to work. I think the projectile is going to. Well, it's not even a sign. It's not even a sign. But I think that when I assigned it, Joe, Negrev, what have you been up to? Okay, so I'm going to tell what I've been doing. I tell you what I've been doing. Okay, so we did the player shooting, so you could shoot projectiles basically. The projectiles movement, the projectiles move. This is super like obvious now, but we did the movement of the player. That's just rotating around. We did some enemies, and the enemies could be damaged by the bullets or the projectiles that you fired, and they could also damage the player and destroy it when its health gets to 0. We did an enemy spawner, an enemy spawner that basically just spawns enemies all over the map, but you can't see them because they're outside of your view, you know. And a cooldown for the player, so you can't just shot as fast as your key, as you can press your key. So you have an actual cooldown, and that's like core functionality of the game because it's a pretty small game. And now we are turning everything to 3D. And I'm not sure we're going to make it on time because I have 15 minutes to finish and I have to go. But we are doing that. So yeah, I don't think. Oh, it's the same error that we had before. That's just completing domain. But okay, that's what we're doing. As you see now, the player is not like a sprite. It's not a 2D object. It's 3D. It's for now. It's just a box. Nice. Even if you don't finish, you still have 9 more days. Yeah, we are really good on time. Have a lot of time to add a lot of more functionality that could be that could make this game fun. Because actually now it's just like really basic, but it's expected. I didn't expect to progress as much as we did right now. And yeah, that's what we're doing for today until I go. Just trying to let's see if this works. I think I'll have to just restart this. What a shame. But yeah, that's what we are doing until the stream ends. Just trying to turn anything, well, everything to 3D. And I will actually just close this because it wasn't loading. I lost a little bit of progress there, but it wasn't actually that much because we only changed the player. And I will show you how it's looking right now before we turn them into 3D. And what have you been up to? Okay, I didn't lost any progress. But okay, yeah, we are now 3D. It's the same thing, the projectile spawn post, and we were actually trying to make the projectiles 3D instead of 2D. So now the prefabs, let's go to prefabs. And projectile, assign the projectile again, and the projectile spawn post again. And as you can see, here now I have a shooting cooldown variable that I can alter from the inspector. Okay, let's save and play. Okay, I always forget to put the rotation speed. Okay, the rotation speed is now set. And okay, I'm not sure what's happening, but it's all right. And maybe I can. Okay, this scale is okay. Cylinder okay. Oh, I get it. I get it. Because I have this. Great. Can't wait to see further development. I'm glad that you are liking it. It's going to be way more awesome later. Now it's just some boxes and stuff. Uh, okay. So why was it doing this? Because the cylinder that I have here is scaled 0.4. So it was scaling things down. And no, I don't think that was what was happening. I think I just had to change the scaling on the projectile because it's 3, 3, and 1. Because we were using 2D, so I didn't have to scale the set because it was just saying as it is because it's 2D. But here I need to go back to proportional scaling. And let's try again. Okay, now they have a decent size, but they're still not spawning correctly. I'm going to make them a little bit smaller, like 0.5. And I think it's the same that we had before, that we had to rotate here, rotate this. And we will try it now. Okay, now if we rotate this in 90 degrees and play again. Okay, no, this is not what I need to do. It's not 90 here, it's maybe here. Let's see. Oh, maybe 180. No, I don't. Maybe 270. That's maybe that's better. Yeah. And you can see that the 2D enemies are still coming because I haven't changed them. Okay. Now that it's working, well, kind of. Let's just keep this to 70. And we have the projectiles, we have the player, we need to transform the enemies, and we need to transform the code because the changes I've done now are just visual. The calculations of that were done before are not going to work in 3D. So that's what I need to make. But I think I'm just going to change the visuals of the enemies for now, and I will do the change in functionality tomorrow because we have 7 minutes left. Okay, back to the code. No, sorry, back to the enemy profile. Now, instead of sprite renderer, I need to remove component. This will need a rigid body. This circle collider no longer needed, and we need a mesh filter that indicates the shape of this. And for now, the enemies are going to be capsule. Later we will change everything visually, but now a capsule will serve our purpose, and a mesh renderer, so it actually renders. And we're going to put this. We need a material here. The default diffuse material. Let me just scale this 0.5. And let me see in the enemy. We have sorry, in the projectile we have this material that it's pretty difficult to find if you search it on a folder. So I just used another object that has that same material. Yeah, we're going to change it. So I'm going to drag lid to the capsule. You can't see that, but that's what's happening. I basically just drag this to here. So that's the mesh renderer. And yeah, so that's the new graphic. What a graphic update. The new graphics for the enemies. Now, I think, yeah, I can do it in 5 minutes. It's, or at least some. I'm going to change this to work on 3D, and maybe I can go over, like, I was trying to stop the stream at 1 p.m., but it's okay, I can go a little bit over that. Okay, so now let's focus to not waste time. Get health? No, I don't care about this. What do I need to do? It's on projectile shooting. No, player shooting. Yeah, so I need to change on the enemy on trigger enter 2D. So this was using the 2D way of on trigger enter. So I need to change all these colliders and stuff to the 3D. And yeah, the way I think this should work already. Let's just check. Let's check this have a box collider. Yeah. The enemy has a rigid body. Yeah. Simulated. Gravity scale 0. Yeah. Freeze rotation. What the enemy needs is a collider. Capsule collider. I don't know why I can't add that. I'm going to use delete. Oh, okay. Because the rigid body that I have now, like I have a rigid body, but it's a rigid body 2D. So I need to make this from the beginning, rigid body. Now a 3D one, and it's uses gravity. No. Angular drag, mass, no, constraints. Freeze rotations, yeah, I don't want to move them from now. Like, I don't want them to rotate for now. So I'll freeze them. And you need to just add a collider, yeah. Collider, capsule collider. And now I should be able to, yeah. Now it should be able to just add it, and it works because now we're working with 3D and not 2D. And let's see what happens. Okay, this is rotating as always. We can shoot. I'm not sure where the enemies are spawning. Oh, okay. Yeah, the spawning is not working okay. But I mean, that's what we have to change. At least here it looks kind of decent on top. Yeah, we need to change the axis on which the enemies spawn. But I want to know if they are damaging the player. And no, they are not colliding. I'm going to change that first. They are spawning bit. They can also spawn mid-air. Yeah, they are so messed up right now. I'm going to change that. So that's a problem of the enemy spawner because before it was on a different axis. So I'm going to change. Maybe I just have to change the X and Y's, and it's going to work just great. But let's go back to here. Here we have the. No, it's not it. Let me create a new layer. Or is it? Yeah, this was the layer that I was using for this. So now, instead of this drawing, I think I'm going to do it from scratch because no longer represents what it was or what the project is. Yeah, so now we are 3D. So that means we have a player here. I'm not the best artist, but at least you can understand that it's a cube. And okay, so the planes now are like this. Sorry, this should be closing. Yeah. And these are now the limits. I'm going to change to a green real quick. So yeah, we need these coordinates now. They're spawning bit. They can also spawn mid-air. you setting y to 0 should work, right? Yeah, setting y to 0 should work. The thing is, I need to change these values. So this y I should not apply. I should change this for maybe a set. We're just going to try. Oh, okay, yeah. We're just going to try to change that and see if it's worked. And we have to change the spawn position. This variable is a vector 2. We need to change it for a vector 3 because now we're working in 3D. Yeah, so you're right. So setting it to 0 is going to fix that. So yeah, now there's spotting. Like, well, they're not being assigned a set value. It's better now, but I still think that they are. Yeah, why are they more than 0 on the y if I'm not touching the y? Or am I? Let's see. Spawn position. Where do I change spawn position? Maybe in the enemy spawner? Enemy spawner? Oh yeah, because I have it here. Yeah, so this goes to 0, as you said. And now it should be working all right. I think. Yeah, perfect. We can shoot. I'm not sure if they're detecting. Yeah, they're detecting the bullets. So that's good. Yeah, we're going to leave it. I'm just going to commit the last commit of today to okay, let's say prototype what we're doing. Good job. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for helping me with the y. Okay. So the task is turn prototype to 3D. Updated the graphics and logic to work in 3D space. Yeah, space. Switch to origin. Commit. Switch to origin. And I'm going to end the stream right now. I really appreciate that you joined. All of you that did, even though the ones that are not here now, but joined at some point on the stream. I really appreciate it. It was the first stream. It was really fun. We did some progress. Yeah, we progressed a little bit on the project, more than I thought we would. And I'm so excited for tomorrow. We will be working again from next stream. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Thank you. And yeah, see you. We'll see you tomorrow.